Hey, how you doing? This is SEIJIHITO here to bring you the news. So this is a little bit different from our regular scheduled broadcasting at this moment in time. We're going to be talking directly about Game Pass. It's been probably about a good 2 days after the initial uproar about Game Pass and how it is that people specifically feel about it. I, as a Game Pass Ultimate member, I've been Ultimate since about what, like 2018, 2019, when they first announced it. Back when we used to actually have E3, I'm pretty sure a lot of people are like, "Yo, what's E3?" I don't even know what that is. Yeah, we used to have a showcase here called E3 before everything started moving over to Germany and all the other type of stuff. Like I said, lack of investment when it deals with the United States and keeping things, in a sense specifically here, but at the moment in time, just to keep catch people up, there's been an uproar with a lot of people, even those who don't even have Game Pass or an Xbox, that want to complain about the price point of Xbox Game Pass at this moment in time. But the problem is that realistically, the only thing that only went up is Ultimate, right? That's the highest tier, and so on and so on and so on. So we're gonna look at the initial video. Yo, what is up, Sham? What is up? You said, hey Seji, and fam, how are you? I'm doing pretty good, pretty good, pretty good. Clarence Rakes, you said yes, they have gone too far. LOL, just got my email notification shaking my head. We got SWAT D said, what is up? So we're going to look at the initial video just so that everybody is clear and understands what it is that I'm talking about here when it deals with Xbox Game Pass. This is the video that they released in order to let people know about the price changes that are going to be happening. And those should be coming in somewhere around October, at least the first week. So let's just take a listen.
Hey everyone, Xbox Game Pass is getting an upgrade. We've listened to your feedback and now you have even more freedom to choose how you play the games you want. Here's a look at what's new and what's changing. First off, you might have noticed some changes to the plan names. Xbox Game Pass Core is now Xbox Game Pass Essential. Xbox Game Pass Standard is now Xbox Game Pass Premium. And Xbox Game Pass Ultimate is still Xbox Game Pass Ultimate. We explored other names, but they didn't work out. Of course, a lot more is changing than just the names. We've expanded all Xbox Game Pass plans to give you more games and more ways to play and more rewards than ever. Let's look at the upgrades to the plans one by one. First up, Essential, formerly known as Core. This plan is expanding to give you more ways to play, including PC and cloud gaming. Previously, Core was primarily for console, but Essential now lets you play games on Xbox console, PC, and cloud. That means you have the freedom to stream and play on any supported device. And with cloud gaming, that includes a lot of devices. We're also expanding the game library so you get access to over 50 games. And of course, you still get online multiplayer, so you can keep playing with your squad. Another upgrade is that Essential now includes in-game benefits for some of the biggest games, like League of Legends, Call of Duty Warzone, and Overwatch 2. And with Essential, you can earn up to 25,000 rewards points a year just by playing the games you love. You can redeem your points for Xbox gift cards to get new games, add-ons, and more. So if you've got your eye on some DLC, you can spend points to bring home the bundle. Next up, Premium, formerly known as Standard. While Standard was built with console players in mind, Premium was built with everyone in mind. So we're giving you more ways to play with this one too, with games on Xbox console, PC, and cloud. You heard that right. PC and cloud are coming to Premium. With Premium, you get access to over 200 games. And when a new game is published by Xbox, it'll be added to the Premium library within 1 year of launch. Premium also now offers the same in-game benefits for some of the biggest games, so you can instantly unlock characters, cosmetics, and more. Looking good. With Premium, you can play and earn up to 50,000 rewards points a year. Plus, you get access to exclusive quests, and you get twice the points when you buy games and add-ons, so you'll have even more ways to earn rewards. Finally, let's take a look at Ultimate. The best thing about Ultimate is that you can play new games on day one. That includes games like Call of Duty Black Ops 7, The Outer Worlds 2, and High on Life 2. But now, the best is getting even better. Ultimate subscribers will get access to over 75 day one games per year. We're also adding 2 new partner subscriptions. With Ultimate, you'll now have access to Ubisoft Plus Classics in addition to EA Play. And Fortnite Crew will be added in November. In total, Ultimate gives you access to over 400 games playable on Xbox console, PC, and cloud. And when you stream games with cloud gaming, Ultimate gives you our best quality with the shortest wait times. To round out the package, you get the same in-game benefits you're used to. And with Ultimate, you can play and earn up to 100,000 rewards points a year. That's 4 times the points you get with Essential. So now you know what's new with Xbox Game Pass Essential, Premium, and Ultimate. All 3 plans are designed to give you more value, more rewards, and more ways to play than ever before. And however you like to play, Xbox Game Pass has a plan that's right for you, because this is how we play now.
Right. So we were able to hear all of that, right? And looking online, I know that I have a whole different take because everybody has been on this whole rage bandwagon. Oh my God, Xbox, they're doing too much. I'm about to cancel this. I'm about to cancel that. This, that. I'm like, people going a little bit too much. Realistically, I'm just gonna be honest. People have been going a little bit too much, and the reason why I say that, the reason why I have a difference in an opinion, is because I paid attention to Xbox over time, as they stated back during the pandemic when everybody was pretty much broke. Nobody really had that much money. Jobs were pretty much hard to come by. What did Xbox sit up there and tell people? Just in case people didn't know, Phil was like, hey, at this moment in time, because of everything, because of the landscape of the economy and how the world currently is, we don't see ourselves at this point raising prices on Xbox, on our games, or Game Pass subscriptions. We're going to try to keep it as low as possible, or as it is at this moment in time, so that it is affordable for the consumer, right? But it's still left the door open for, like, okay, well, after all of this is gone, then we'll assess the situation, and then we will rise. We're past the pandemic. I just want to note that to a lot of people, we are past the pandemic. And even during the pandemic, while Xbox pretty much stayed where it is, everybody else was raising prices. Was anybody really bringing up a large hoopla about any of those? No, they weren't. Nobody was really saying anything. Like I said, how long since 2017? How long has Hulu, Netflix, and all of these other places been raising prices? Disney Plus. How many times have they raised prices? But yet people still pay for them. People are still going directly for them. People ain't really boycotting Netflix. People not really boycotting Disney. They're still pulling in millions of dollars. Still pulling in millions of dollars. But it's the moment in time when it deals with Microsoft, everybody's like, oh no, now you've gone too far. Let me tell people something real quick. Back during the time of what was the name of the game? It was with like Mass Effect, right? It should have been Mass Effect 3. I want to say it was, where they messed up the ending so bad that people were like, yo, y'all got to do something to sit up there and fix this. I told people this at that moment in time, at that juncture, where EA messed up on Mass Effect, where all the fans like, hey, we're going to do the signed signatures, all this. I'm like, yo, if y'all buy this DLC right now, after they done already pulled this nonsense, you are telling the rest of the gaming industry that it is okay for us to give you a jacked up product on launch, an unfinished product, and all we got to do is sit up there and just sell you more stuff for $30 or $60, and you're going to buy it, and it's going to be A-okay. That's what happened. So for me, realistically, I don't even care that the prices are raising up, because I've been tried to warn people decades ago that if you decide to start buying DLC, you're opening up Pandora's box and you're not going to be able to close it. There's nothing that you're going to be able to do. In case in point, like I said, look at all the other subscription services that we have. Where's the outrage? Like I said, there's mainstream media right now covering this whole thing dealing with Game Pass. It was a little blurb that they decided to put directly up there because this was the hot thing right now. And I'm like, really? At no point in time has mainstream media really ever actually cared about video games, consoles. They really never care, up until gamers or other people directly out there bring awareness to certain situations to the point where now it's hot and they can now formulate a way to make money directly off of it. Like I said, this is vastly crazy to me directly at this point in time. Prices have been getting raised on grocery. I don't see people boycotting grocery stores and deciding that, oh, I'm going to farm and start growing my own stuff. Cell phone prices have been going up. I don't see people boycotting cell phones and be like, I'm about to start going back to the early 2000s, picking up an old flip phone, and I'm about to start, using those. Cars have been going up. Houses have been going up. Apartments have been going up. Your rent has been going up. Your mortgage has been going up. But yet the pay that you make every single day stays the same. But yet I don't see people every single day boycotting a lot of these industries and these businesses. Banks have been robbing you for the longest times possible. But where's the outrage on that fractured lending? Where the money that you put into the bank, they break those dollars directly up 7 different ways, and they invest those and make money and flip this and flip that, making hundreds of millions of dollars off of you while your money stays the same, or they give you an extra 25 cents per year. Where's the boycott on the banks? Oh, I guess we're not doing that then, right? Nobody's going to stop using their debit card and get some gold pieces, gold and silver and copper pieces, and start doing that. Nobody's going back to the bartering system. So it's like, for me, I'm a little bit confused on where a lot of the outrage is going on, because the most important things, like, and I'm going to be honest, right? I'm a gamer. I don't need Ultimate because they give you 3 to 4 different options other than Ultimate, which is the craziest part. Everybody's mad at Ultimate because at the end of the day, you got, in a sense, you pay $30. Well, what was it originally? I forgot what the price was. I forgot what it was, but it was $20, right? It was $19.99, right? Basically $20, right? So you were paying that per month to have a catalog of an access of like a whole bunch of free games. Even right now, if you got premium, you can play the Call of Duty Black Ops 7 beta that is out right now. Right? If you have any of the other tiers, you're not going to be able to play it up until they allow it free or open for everybody else for the other tiers. Right? A lot of people are mad that they are, in a sense, they have to pay more for whatever the value is. They specifically told you in a video that other subscription services were just now rolled directly into Game Pass, right? In a sense, to quote unquote justify the reasoning for why it is that Game Pass is going up. If you got 2 previous subscription services, one that might have been $10 and the other one that's $15, realistically added into Game Pass should actually be a lot higher. If you are to look at Ubisoft and the other one that they set up and listed, Game Pass should actually be way higher, but it's not. They were like, all right, we're going to sit up there and take it as a loss here, and we're just going to sit up there and put it at 30. We're not going to put it at 50 or 60, adding in what the other subscription prices are in order to, bring up our price. We're just going to take the hit and the loss directly on that because we can afford it. We're a $1 trillion company, and we're going to put this directly out there. The other aspect of which a lot of people are not paying attention to is that beyond any other game company, I don't care if it's Steam, I don't care if it's Nintendo, I don't care if it's PlayStation, no other company allows you to sit your ass in front of your monitor or your television or whatever handheld device that you have, and you can just sit up there and unlock achievements and you can earn money. Xbox was, realistically, for me, they were the first ones that were doing that. They were doing that even back during 360. At this point in time on my profile, I've accumulated over 400,000 points. That's basically the equivalent over time, over the years that I've played on it, of about $400. You had somebody that saved up their points to the point where they bought a brand new Series X with the Microsoft points that they had saved up. So they upgraded from an Xbox One to a Series X off of just gaming. Didn't have to sit up there and realistically spend thousands of dollars. They just had to sit there and play whatever free games that they had or whatever games that they might have had on Game Pass for free and collect those points. No other company was doing anything like that. It was just up until recent that Sony started implementing that with, what was it, their PlayStation Stars and their card. And I have a PlayStation 5. I don't even know what's even happening with that. Just to be honest, I've never earned anything from PlayStation for free or anything like that. My PlayStation subscription has been canceled for a very long time. And any of those games that I have, I'm more than likely not able to play because I don't have that subscription. That's, pretty much usually how it goes. Normally with Xbox, if you decided that, okay, I don't have gold no more, The games that you have already downloaded that were given for free, like Games for Gold, which we used to have at a moment in time, you kept those games. So it didn't matter if you were online or offline with a subscription, without a subscription, you still basically had those games. The interesting part where you have a lot of people saying that, oh, I'm about to, unsubscribe from Game Pass. I'm like, you do realize that at the end of the day, you probably out of the last 3 or 5 years that you've had Ultimate or whatever it was, you do realize that you probably haven't bought any games. So that subscription facilitated a means of which that you were able to get a lot of AAA games instead of paying $60, $70, $80, right? Those exorbitant fees, that was all cut because you just simply have to pay $20 or now $30 per month in order to get access to a lot of those games, especially day one. And now, as soon as you end that, people are going to be looking at their library like, yo, what am I going to play now? You're not going to be playing nothing because you wanted to sit up there and now be stupid. Now, the main thing that I will sit up there and tell a lot of people here is that you have options to downgrade, right? Every single one of the subscription parts, it can go from like the lowest, which is $10, all the way to the high. Well, I'm not even going to put the Ultimate directly up there because they also got PC up there, right? So you got Essential, which is $10. You got the Premium. I'm trying to look real close at my screen, which is $14.99. And I think you got the PC version, which is like 16 something. It's like 1634, some odd number, right? So you got 3 different areas of which that you can go to that you can decide that, hey, this is more affordable for me, right? Instead of me like, hey, I'm not going to cancel the whole subscription because, I still got stuff that I do on Xbox and whatnot or whatever. Let me just sit up there and downgrade. If everybody who is on Ultimate who has a problem with this decided to downgrade to a lesser tier, that's going to speak volumes because they're going to lose out on money because everybody's opting, hey, I'm going for the lesser tier instead of going for the higher price tier. That's going to sit up there and speak volumes. People are like, well, I'm just about to sit up there and cancel and do this. I mean, realistically, it's a loss on you. They already got your money. No matter how you shake it, no matter how you want to sit up there and put it, they still got your money directly at the end of the day. And then all that's going to happen is that, okay, well, you decided to go away from Xbox. So let's look at your choices. Now you got Nintendo, now you got PC, and now you got PlayStation. Nintendo is showing its whole ass at this moment in time by the Power World lawsuit. So good luck on that one. Good luck on that one. And at a point in time, Nintendo, for the online that Nintendo has, it's not really offering anything at all. Like Nintendo, with all of the first party and everything that it has, their online should be better than both PlayStation and Xbox combined. And it's not. It's not at all. And then on top of that, like I said, they released a Switch too. And you saw what they did exactly with Mario Kart, right? All right. So next we got PlayStation. PlayStation has their own tiers, right? And the only reason that you even have a PlayStation subscription service is because of 360. Because let me take people back real quick. Back during the days of 360, there was this whole war going on, right? You had 360 and then you had PlayStation 3. Everybody who was a Sony head, they were like, yeah, Sony is the best. We sit up there, we just buy our games and we sit up there and play for free. We don't got to sit up there and pay for a subscription service. Yeah, y'all sitting up there getting robbed. They sitting up there taking money directly out of your pockets. And then slowly but surely, what was sitting up there going on with Sony every single week? They were getting hacked. Their servers were always unstable. Sony was offline. And you had all the PlayStation heads sitting up there complaining. I'm like, well, you wouldn't be complaining if y'all actually pay for something. If you didn't just buy the games, you actually paid for some servers that were at least decent, you would, have those problems a little bit less. It's not going to stop somebody from DDoSing, whatever's going on. But at least like something would actually be more stable versus you being out for weeks on end. I think at one moment in time, PlayStation 3 was down for about close to a month. That's crazy. That's egregious. That shouldn't be happening. But like I said, that's what happens when you go for something that's free. You get everything that comes with it, which means no protections, which means that somebody that has an ounce of intelligence that knows anything about computer, they could just down that whole system with a swipe of a keyboard. And they did that multiple times. But yet, even still, while PlayStation, Sony's servers and stuff was down, Sony heads were still going at Xbox like, oh yeah, y'all sitting up there really playing for online, like that's crazy. I would never pay for online no matter what happens with Sony. Yeah, right? So then once Sony got wind that, oh wait, Microsoft is making just a loan off of their subscription service. They're making $250 to $300 million a year. What? Huh? And we're not doing this. Sony was like, okay, got you. Now we're going to sit up there and come up with the PS Plus subscription. And you know what the Sony heads set up there and did? Oh, PS Plus subscription. Oh yeah, this is the greatest thing that Sony has ever set up there and did. And you know, matter of fact, the servers are even way more stable, way more better than Xbox. I'm like, you have to be kidding me. I'm like, you got to be kidding me. I'm like, Xbox did it first. Sony copies it, and it becomes the greatest thing since sliced bread. I'm like, man, you gotta be kidding me. You have to be kidding me at this moment in time. And then we still, again, with the console wars, right? We still had the other thing with the whole systems. Which one is more powerful? Sony heads were up there like, yeah, PlayStation is, way better, this, that, and the third. And I don't care how much, PlayStation charges. I'm still going to buy it. And this is why Sony went up on the prices of their stuff twice, I think, within a year. And people who are Sony heads are still sitting up there buying it. But then when Xbox finally goes up in price on their systems, everybody loses their minds. Like magically Microsoft is the biggest villains directly out here. Nah, they not. They told people over time that yes, later on down the road, we're going to raise our prices. At this moment in time, because of how, society is basically moving, because of the pandemic, because we know it's not feasible for a lot of people that can afford it, we're not going to do it. We're going to make sure that everybody can afford it, everybody can be a part of the ecosystem, and everybody can game and have fun. That's what Microsoft did. And now people are mad that Microsoft raised prices. We're not in the pandemic anymore. People have gone back to work. People are making money. It's like I said, for me, I'm just a little bit confused. I'm just a little bit confused on how a lot of people are, so enraged, at a moment in time, dealing with this when you have a variety of options. You don't have to go for Ultimate. Xbox never said that, you need to go to the highest tier in order to play our games. No, you don't. Every single tier gives you online. That at max, that's the only thing realistically that people should care about. As long as you can play online, as long as you can get into the Xbox Live parties, that's all that matters. That is all that matters. Like I said before, just downgrade to a lesser tier. If you find that $30 a month is too much for you, downgrade. That's all you got to sit up and do. But I got some other, I mean, and then I could sit up there and like list, the whole thing, dealing with Steam and, and all the other type of stuff. But I mean, Steam doesn't really, they have deals, but just like a lot of people say that console games, there's a lot of trash console games. There's millions upon millions of trash Steam games. So, I mean, I don't know. I don't know. Like I said, I got all systems, including PC. I just picked to play on console a lot more because I have to deal with less cheaters. When I've always played on PC, originally, that's all I would run into. Some type of hacker, some type of cheater, somebody that's, just going to mess up the game for everybody, right? So, yeah, like I said, I don't know. But anyways, let's take a look at this this next video and see what this brother's opinion is, right?
Being one of these idiots who avoided buying games for the last few years because they were so busy championing Game Pass. You imagine canceling your Game Pass today and going to your game library to see the games you own and realize you own nothing. You own Xbox 360 games and some of the Xbox One games, and you didn't buy a goddamn game this whole generation or the last part of last generation. Since 2017, you've been Game Passing it up. You've been, what day and date when they started, like 2018 or whenever it was, 2019, I don't know, around Gears of War, or what game was it? I forgot what it was. But imagine you stopped buying games this whole time. And can't none of you come for me, because I've been buying games this year. Even games that were trash. I bought Mind's Eye. It was a fucking flop. I bought First Berserker Kazam. probably the best Souls game I've ever played. I'm playing Lies of P currently. I bought that this year
Did he
too.
play Elden Ring?
Assassin's Creed Shadows, I still need to
Dark
play.
Souls?
I bought Final Fantasy Tactics today. I bought Borderlands 4. I bought Death Stranding 2. I still need to play that, but I didn't start it because I need to finish beating part 1. I got like 30 hours invested in part 1. What else I bought? I bought Wu Chang Fallen Feathers. I got the platinum in that. I bought AI Limit. I got the platinum in that. I think I finished my platinum for Horizon Lego Adventures or Lego Horizon Adventures. I finished the platinum for that this year. I finished the platinum for Elden Ring this year. I bought Midnight Walk. I got to finish the platinum for that. I buy games.
I don't even know what that is.
My catalog is very, very extensive. I add every game that come in PlayStation Plus, and I barely ever touch any of them. I just add them so I'll have all the monthly games in my catalog, and then I go to the catalog and add every single game so I don't have to go back to the store unless they do updates on games, and I add them to my profile. You are going to be struggling.
And he's right. Who was that down there? Sydney Minty Gaming said I only buy physical copies. I mean, I understand that. I do vastly understand that, right? And I have no problem with physical. This is the downside, right? To everything, and that's why I want people to understand, right? If you buy digital, of course, you can easily lose it, right? It's data, ones and zeros. Anything could happen. Once the power goes out, there's nothing that you can sit up there and do, right? Or the games could decide, like, we don't really support this game anymore, so you don't really have the rights to sit up there and play it. Cool, no problem, right? There's even more things directly with that, right? The downside to physical that a lot of people don't note, of course, we can list if the power goes out. That's for anything, right? But the true downside that I've seen for physical games was highlighted by PlayStation. It was at one moment, there was a disc that somebody had for their PSP, a UMD, right? And he wanted to go in and play a classic, old game. His PlayStation was like, yo, you don't got the license for this because, the license or whatnot expired back in like 1965 or 1957, right? Obviously, there's an error directly somewhere in the coding that, that happened. But what I'm saying is what that presented is that there is an avenue and a way for any of these companies to decide that even if you got the physical copy, you don't have the license. You're not going to be able to sit up there and play this game. And they can do that by way of sliding something directly into any system. It doesn't matter if it's Nintendo, don't matter if it's PlayStation, don't matter if it's Xbox. Better yet, it doesn't even matter if it's PC. If you have Steam, because I got Steam, right? There is nothing out here stopping any of these companies from implementing an update where they can just give you a timed right to the set game libraries, both digital or physical, that you currently have. Because remember, as I stated to a lot of people before, any game system that we have, we do not own. We don't own the parts. We buy them. Like I said, I got the Series X, I got the PS5, I got the Switch, and I got my PC. We don't own any of this stuff. We pay just to have it, in a sense, to lease it. And the bargain, in a sense, with that is like, okay, well, we pay to, lease this, and what they're supposed to do, since we pay them, they're supposed to do the maintenance and the updates, right? When it deals with the system, the performance, and everything of that nature. But we've seen what happened when a lot of these companies, what happens when they push these updates. Like I said, case in point, go back and look at Apple and what they did to Apple phones. Look at what they were doing to their Apple communities directly out there. They were like, yeah, we're going to give you guys updates, but the updates are going to be meant to corrupt your phone. The updates are going to be meant in order to handicap your phones so that you'll be moving on from an iPhone 12 or 13. We're going to push you to the 17. And they were deliberately doing that. To people. So if that's what Apple was doing to its own consumer base, what do you think everybody else is doing to us? That's all I'm saying. Like there is realistically no safe avenue to have, any type of copies, be it physical or digital copies. There's nothing by law stopping realistically any of these game companies from pressing the oops button like, oh, snap, we just corrupted and messed up this game. We don't know where the files are. And we can't sit up there and fix this. Oops. all the money that y'all gave us for this, including special editions, be like that. You can no longer play, but thanks for playing. What we're going to do next time is we're going to come out with a better version of it and make sure that the code is straight. It was crazy. It's 1,000%, directly crazy out here, but it be like that. Like I said, no matter what side that you're specifically on, at the end of the day, one side wins, one side loses. The consumer loses, the businesses win, right? But again, I like to believe that there's a type of middle ground that people can follow. So you got to try to fit in, get in where you fit in, and figure out, methods and ways to just, not be on just clearly one side, right? And that's what clearly everybody is doing in this economy at this moment in time. Nobody's trying to just specifically lose out because of the tariffs and the trade wars and all this other type of stuff that's going on with the grocery stores and high prices of rent and cars and all this other type of stuff. People are teetering. People are walking this middle ground and this middle line where it's like, all right, I'm going to take some losses here, but I'm going to balance that out by trying to get some wins directly over here. And pretty much at this moment in time, as a consumer, as a gamer, that's what a lot of gamers got to just figure out and do. Because clear cut just canceling is not going to do anything. Because realistically, again, all the other companies have to do is like, oh, we're going to just lower our prices just for this little bit amount to make it eye-catching for everybody else that's butthurt about what's going on over here. And then we're going to rise them. We're going to put those prices right back up. That's all they're going to do. that's I promise you, that's all they're going to do. I'm not sure if PlayStation to do it because like I said, I ain't been with PlayStation since Destiny and since after PS2 because of how it is that they can that they treated their consumer base. And I want to note that Sony is basically just Apple. Like I said, I got the PS5, but I skipped out on the other two generations because I stopped at PS2. I skipped out on the PS3 because I didn't like the move that Sony was doing, where it was that they were like, okay, what we're going to do here is that we just had you guys buy the PS3. That's like $700-800, even though realistically it's $1,000 system, and we're taking like $300 loss every single time PlayStation, goes out the door. But now, on top of all of that happening, in our own Sony magazine, we're going to automatically talk with our creators on how we're already now working on the PS4. Huh? Like I said, I don't think that people realize how disrespectful that is. Within the same year of all of the PS3 and everything coming out, you're talking about a PS4. The PS3 wasn't even walking. The PS3 only made it because the PSP and the PlayStation 2 were still out there holding Sony up. The two of the greatest systems Sony has in its catalog. Again, like I said, I'm not sure if people actually fully paid attention. The only reason that there's even a PS5 right now is because the PSP and the PlayStation 2 allowed the PS3 to even walk. Because PS3 was on life support. But I'm pretty sure that a lot of people don't remember that because it was so long ago. People only just look at it as like, oh yeah, PlayStation 3 completely just, beat, 360. Yeah, it was mauled. Sony is top tier. But I'm like, you wouldn't have a PS3, PS4, PS5, and let alone a PS6, which they're talking about at this current moment in time, if it wasn't for the PS2 and the PSP. And you've seen how Sony treated the PSP, right? And the consumer base with the PSP, and how they came out with the PSP Go, and how they decided, okay, we're going to make this downloadable. So if it's downloadable, what about the UMDs that people collected, the hundreds of UMDs that people have? How are you going to fix that? How are you going to have people download that? Because there's not enough storage on that PSP Go in order to facilitate the means of which for people to download all of those games. Anyways, like I said, I don't know. Maybe it's just me, but let's go to the next video.
You own an Xbox, Series S, X, Xbox One X, whatever you own. You could pay that, right? This summer by going out and cutting grass. You dig what I'm saying? Get your hustle on. Get your gaming hustle on. You can go out and cut grass. All right?
This man speaking.
Depending on what you charge for cutting grass, whatever the yard is, $30, $25. You can have that at the end of the month. $120 to pay for a fucking year. So what's the big deal? Get your gaming hustle on. If you don't have the bread to do it, find ways to do it. Sell old stuff you don't like anymore in your house. Old games or whatever. You have mom and pop stores that take stuff in for trade, cash or trade, stereo equipment, Blu-rays, DVDs, 4K HD DVDs, Blu-rays. Trade it in. Get that $120 worth. You know what I'm saying? If you thought that this wasn't going to ever go up, you're dreaming. Things go up. Things go up, guys. Gas goes up all the time. Things go up. Gas for your car goes up. Things go up, man. And it's still worth the money. Xbox is still the best value for your buck. This is just something that they wanted to wait for.
Yep.
That they were lying dormant, and it's something that they wanted to wait for to come out negative about Xbox Live going up. You know what I'm saying? And truth be told, honestly, would people really be saying this if the other ones, like if Sony went up on stuff, or I don't know, Nintendo? Really? I mean,
That's cold blooded. Gil said that me and that guy order Uber Eats together. It's cold blooded. I mean, we're both gamers. Shout out to the old man out there. Man was like, get your hustle on. But like I said before, it's a little bit crazy to watch all of this transpire and directly unfold. Because the thing I noticed, and again, this is another take that I have directly when it deals with Microsoft. One of it was poorly stated, but one of the best things that they were going to come out with, which was the what was it, the DRM or the DMR? During the Xbox One, they had this whole plan of having a gaming library, and you can have up to like 4 to 5 family members or friends that were linked into your account, and they would be able to play the games from your library. So maybe they might have, saw a game that they thought was interesting, but you bought it and they could just, test it or try it out. And then from there, they'll just actually buy it themselves and have it in their own account. That was going to be possible. And for me, when I first heard it, I didn't react the same way that everybody else reacted. I thought it was like, yo, that's a pretty dope idea. Like, I would like to actually be able to share games with my other friends. Like, maybe they might not be able to afford it. Money might be tight. They're dealing, they're putting money in other places and not gaming, right? So if I'm the person that is primarily gaming and I'm putting money directly into gaming, I'm like, all right, no problem. I don't got no problem sharing with, other folks directly out there. But like I said before, when that happened, everybody wanted to jump on the bandwagon. Both PlayStation and Nintendo, both Japanese, jumped on the bandwagon. And what was it? Nintendo was like, this is how you share games. And it was a whole meme of, hey, let me sit up there and give you this disc, and now you can ball and share games. And at that moment in time, everybody was laughing. They were like, oh man, they really stood up there and did their big one when it dealt with clowning Xbox. But now when you look at the landscape of how much everything cost, how much sense did Xbox make during that time? A lot. How many people are currently sharing Hulu, Netflix, Disney Plus? Instead of paying your own money out of your own pocket because you feel that it's not worth it, you're like, yo, let me get that password. Let me get that account real quick because there's a movie on there that, I want to actually sit up there and watch. I don't want to go to the movies and pay for it, nor do I want to pay for the subscription. So let me just borrow your account real quick. And let me sit up there and watch that. Like I said, people are doing it right now. But everybody wanted to clown Xbox when they were coming up with the idea and they were going to implement it on their system. And because of the negative press from everybody else, this is why you don't currently have that. So again, even dealing with I put it to you like this with the aspect of sharing. Unbeknownst to a lot of people, let's say that if you have people within the same household, right? And this is still dealing with the whole Xbox One thing that I was mentioning, right? if I am the person that has Game Pass Ultimate, right, and I have it directly on my system, some of those privileges would pass down to the other profiles that are on my system, right? Also including allowing them to play games, to play online, and different things of that nature. There was a point in time where that just was not the thing, where if you had one profile that had gold, the other profiles had to sit up there and have that as well too. Xbox was like, all right, all you got to do is say that this is your home console and this is the console that you're on, and you'll be able to share, the same stuff and all that other type of stuff and yada yada yada. Again, still sort of kind of, implemented what it was that they were trying to do, but not fully in its totality, right? But like I said, dealing with the economy and how everything is moving, what Microsoft was originally trying to do was actually pretty great. And you realize that you had two game companies that were working against that because they don't want people to be able to share. They don't want somebody being the home base of like several games and then other people being able to just go into that library and play. They're like, no, 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 we would rather you not doing that. We want all of your friends and family to spend that 60, 70, or $80 for a set game so that we can just get all of that money. Like I said, people don't pay attention. People do not pay attention. So then we're going to go directly to um this image directly up here where you got this person directly on Twitter. They said that let me see if I can go back to it. I probably can't. So let me just go back. They said that they purchased 11 games for less than $140 on a Steam sale and canceled their Game Pass subscriptions. All of those games that person is sitting up there talking about, those are single player games. A lot of those are Final Fantasy games. And nobody is sitting up here talking about Final Fantasy really. If anything, people might be playing the online base like 14 and all that other type of stuff and yada yada. Nobody's really geeked out about buying a whole bunch of single player games, because the main thing about gaming is that people want to be online, socialize. They want to be with other people. Don't matter if the people make them mad, if it's hollering, laughing, or whatever it is. They want to be around other people, right? Because we've evolved past, or maybe devolved, to a point where you don't have your friends or family coming directly over. Everybody pretty much has a game system, a PC, laptop, whatever it is, and you want to be able to play with your friends and your family that might be across the country or across the world. And that's where we are currently at this moment in time. Right. So, like I said, a lot of people doing this clownery of like a showcase. I'm like, don't nobody care about those games. And for God's sakes, this dude in one part of the list at the bottom, he has Control directly up there. Control was a game when it came out, it was in shambles. It was all over the place. That was realistically not a fully playable game because of the amount of glitches and the amount of updates that it really needed in order to stabilize that game. Nobody is hyped. Oh snap, he got Control on sale for a few dollars, for less than $5. Oh boy, oh gee willikers. No, don't nobody care. Don't nobody care. You ran out there and spent $100 and something on some games that you could have been bought at any other time for Thanksgiving, Cyber Monday, a humble bundle, whatever it is that Steam normally does. There was a ton of sales before this day that this person could have opted. I'm going to sit up there and buy these games. But now people want to sit up there and just try to show something. You didn't show nothing. You just gave $140 or $130 to a whole other company. Like I said, you're not about to finish all those games. Them bad boys going to be sitting directly in that library back burner, just like for everybody else. I got tons of games right now due to Game Pass and games with gold that I've never completed and or finished, because that's how many games that they have given over time. And that's not even to mention some of the free games that let me see, what was it for Xbox? Yeah, some of the free games that you also get directly on PC as well too. Like I said, I got so many games that I've never even started or finished, sitting directly in the back catalog. Especially from the 360 era, I was just downloading stuff just because I could. I was like, oh, you said I could, have Hive or have this Tom Clancy game for free. No problem. I might not even play Tom Clancy, but it's free, so I want to sit up there and download it. Maybe when I get bored, I'll decide to sit up there and and check it out. All that good stuff. Then on top of that, you also got this option as well too, and this is something that I want to highlight. Shout out to GameStop. Right, GameStop has been going through the ringer ever since the pandemic because you had a lot of people trying to short GameStop to the point where it would just go broke and it would no longer exist. But somehow, some way, GameStop is still here and surviving. And GameStop is like, you know what? No matter what it is that we've gone through, the losses that we take, we're still here for the consumer one way or another. So we're still going to, sell the ultimate 1 month for $20. So that's basically the price of what it was originally, right? Up until further notice, this is what they're going to currently sell, these Game Pass, what's the names directly for, right? And people over time have clowned. I myself have also clowned GameStop because of the trade in. Because if you wanted to, if during the pandemic, if you got a brand new PlayStation 5 and you wanted to trade it in, you're not going to get anywhere close to the value of that system. and everybody knows it. Like you're not going to, get that at all. But like I said, if you want to go back and deal with $20 prices, you can clearly do that. And Game Pass is, I mean, not Game Pass, GameStop is allowing you an avenue to do that, right? So let me see. I should have the price directly up here, right? So the $19.99, right? So you do the $19.99 times 12, which is representative of 12 months, comes out to $239.88, right? So that's a little bit cheaper than what you would actually get if you were to have the subscription directly on with Xbox when it deals with Ultimate, right? So those are two different Ultimate prices. One for a full year. If you go by GameStop and you just go there and you just buy it up, or you do it over time per month, that's $239.88. If you go by Microsoft and you're just having the $30 per month, directly on there, that comes out to $359.88 for a year. Right? That's how much it is for a year. If you go to what was it that I had directly up there for you guys? What was it? Essential? I think it was. Let me go back. Now I got to pull the image directly back that we had up here. Let me see if I can get that video back up here. Right? Yeah, so if you go to Essential, which is the cheapest one, which is the $9.99 for a full year, that's $119.88. But again, you're not getting what Ultimate has. If you go for the middle tier, right? Wait, didn't I think I did. I'm not sure why I'm trying to read it directly from that small screen. And I made the image. Wait, didn't I do it? I could have sworn I downloaded that, right? Yeah. Okay, there we go. Invalid file type. Are you kidding me right now? Okay, let me put it. Maybe I gotta do it that way. Yeah. All right. So this is basically what it looks like. I gotta take down some of the banners directly in the back. Right. So this is in a sense what you get. This is what it looks like. Right. So Essential again is $119.88 per year. Right. Premium is $179.88 per year. And Ultimate, which has a combination of both tiers, including I think PC as well, it is $359.88 per year on top of other stuff that it basically gives you on top of that as well. Like I said before, the only thing I'm saying is that at the end of the day, it's not a necessity that people go out there and get Ultimate. It's an option. As soon as you buy an Xbox is not like, well, this system is locked behind Ultimate. So in order for you to play the Series X and S, you have to buy Ultimate, for a month or a year in order to be able to open up and play the system that you've already paid hundreds of dollars directly for. That's not even the case. Again, it's a choice. It's an option. So just like people chose to be directly on Ultimate, you can choose to, hey, let me just sit up there and go to a lesser tier. Let me sit up there and do that. Because like I said before, if they realize that, hey, we're losing money, everybody likes the first 2 or 3 tiers that we have up there, and they find those to be suitable, we're losing out huge amounts of money on the highest tier. So maybe we should try to bring some stuff down to these other tiers, so that it would seem more beneficial for, people to directly, pay for those tiers since they feel that those are more comfortable. And maybe we should reevaluate and look at certain things when it deals with the higher tier, to, I guess, in a sense, make it more valuable for people, to want to potentially pay that amount of money. Like I said, for me, I've been getting value directly out of the tier system since its inception. Like I said, 2018, I think 2018, 2019, whenever they announced it during E3, that's immediately I went from Xbox Live Gold directly to Ultimate during that E3 or directly after E3 and signed directly up for it. At least from now up into the foreseeable future, I'm still going to, have it directly at the end of the day. Like I said, I'm not losing my mind, like a lot of other folks, directly out there. Let me see. I'm trying to go back to how did I get the circle directly up there? Now I gotta sit up there. I set up there. I messed around with the camera option. Let me see. Trying to fix my camera option so I can give you a little bit more of a full screen. There we go. Right. So now what we're looking at is Xbox, right? So this is for those out there who don't have Xbox. This is what the Microsoft store in a sense looks like, directly up there. Yo, Solo, what is up? What is up? You said normally there is a sale for the yearly during the holidays. Yeah. And you also said that Call of Duty 7 beta is live. Yeah, it's live. Well, at least on this account, it's not. So let me explain. I showed you guys before when I tried to submit a call, not a call, but I tried to talk directly to Activision and let them know that, yo, you just got a lot of people that like to troll and report people once they start getting, their bodies knocked back, their backs blown out, by a shotgun, because it don't matter what shooter you play. Everybody hates getting defeated by a shotgun. It's some classic shit. I primarily am a shotgun and LMG user. That's what I like to sit up there and use. Because I was blowing backs out with the shotgun, you had people that wanted to sit up there and report the profile and all of those things directed at Activision. Activision using AI, they don't really look at replays or anything of that nature, nor do they even look at the accuracy rating. Because if they were to look at my accuracy rating, they would be able to understand that, obviously this person is not hacking. He doesn't have, 10.0 on headshot kills and all this other type of stuff, like something crazy. So my profile for the SEIJIHITO profile was automatically labeled as doing things with data. They didn't specifically state what it was. I would have loved for them to sit up there and tell me, right, to divulge that information. But they were basically saying that we found that you were manipulating data or whatnot. I'm like, so where's the data that I was manipulating? I might know how to sit up there and like go across the internet and to maybe do a few things, but I don't know nothing about hacking. I don't know anything about writing codes or programs. I don't know nothing about nothing. So like I said, this is directly where we are, directly on that profile. Shout out to all of my haters directly out there. This is why we got a second profile and we're still doing the exact same things and having people rage directly out while blowing those backs out. But yeah, it's crazy. It's diabolical out here. But anyways, the main thing that I wanted to showcase here is looking at. Hold on, I might have to try to give myself a larger screen. I got to go to OBS. I think, what did I have to do? Let me see. Okay, so I can take out the preview and then open a new window. There we go. Okay. So I got to try to. Oh man, this is looking kind. I got to make this stupid large for myself. All right. So we can clearly see all the things that you have directly up here, right? And they have welcome to Ultimate, because that's clearly what I have at this moment in time, right? And they tell you the things that are listed for Ultimate. This is actually not working for me. I gotta click directly over. So my apologies if I can't see the chat at this moment. I actually have to click over so I can read it. This is why I need a double screen setup. I'll have it one of these days, right? So it says Ultimate just leveled up, 75 plus day one releases a year. And this is what I said. Shout out to Tippy because she saw the 30+ minute video that I made, and I put it on the gaming channel that I got. It ain't nothing really moving over there, so it's just me just putting stuff directly up at this moment, right? So it says 75 plus day one releases a year. We're going to see if they hold directly up to that. I'm pretty sure a lot of people will be trying to tally that directly up and see what's happening if they actually live up to that promise. 500 plus games including Outer Worlds 2 and Hollow Knight Silk Song. Fortnite Crew, and that's another in a sense subscription and or battle pass, right? So you got the EA, you got the Ubi or Ubisoft, and then you got the Fortnite Battle Crew, right? So that's 3 subscriptions that you would normally have to pay for separately. All of those things are being put directly into Game Pass. So again, some people might say like, "Oh man, you sound like a shill directly." No, I'm just speaking a little bit of common sense. Like I said, everything goes up, and I'm just looking at if there is a potential value in a sense there. For people that play Fortnite, that would be a value for a lot of those folks directly up there, and that was a smart move for Xbox to do. You might have somebody that's on a lesser tier, and they're like, well, for a little bit extra, I can actually just, instead of paying it directly to Fortnite, I could just get Ultimate along with the rest of these things, and then this is just the cherry on top for me because I play Fortnite, right? So then you got the Ubisoft Plus Classics now downloading. Then you got the EA Play membership that is also included. So again, 3 subscription services, each has their own price. The Fortnite, the Crew, I think, wasn't that like $10 or something like that? Somebody can correct me in the comment section. It's been a while since I've been on Fortnite. So I think that was $10. Ubisoft Classic might have been maybe $8 or $10. So let's just round that to like 20. And then the EA, I think that was running at about, because I had EA at a moment in time. Wasn't it running about maybe 10 itself as well? $10 or $15. So that might be altogether for those 3 services, those 3 subscriptions, that might be $30 or $35. So realistically, if we wanted to look at it, Xbox could have had the subscription service realistically be $60 per month because of those subscription services, but they didn't do that. They were like, we're just gonna, take the L on that, and we're just gonna raise it up, an extra $10. So instead of it being 60, they were like, all right, we're going to put it to 30. That's the hit that we're going to take on that. We're losing 30 directly off of this, but cool, no problem. For the consumer, for the player base, it should in a sense level out, right? And then they said you can stream games at our best quality with the shortest wait times, included selected games you own with asterisks directly there, right? So that means that if you wanted to stream a game and you have a device like a laptop or a PC, you may not want to specifically, or even on Xbox, right? Let's say that you bought the game and you don't want to install it. It should have an option up there with varying games. It should have an option up there where it should say cloud gaming accessible. If you play it through cloud gaming accessible, you're instantly there. You don't, the other tiers have wait times directly up there, and that's the other thing that people don't understand. Every single tier has a certain wait time. If you're paying $10, you're on the lowest of the totem pole. If you're paying for the mid tier, which is the $20, you're a grade above. If you're paying for ultimate, well, guess what? You're going to be, within that game or whatnot, whatever, within a good, few seconds, 5-10 seconds or whatever it is, and you can stream it at 1440p, right? Which is the highest quality that they actually give you. Then you also got the benefits, for those out there who are PC, you got League of Legends, Valorant, right? And then you also got Call of Duty as well, too. Of course, you got the online console multiplayer. The online console multiplayer, which all 3 basically have. And then you can earn up to $100 in rewards per year just by playing. So, like I said before, there are benefits directly there. And in a sense, you are getting some money directly back. So you could decide, let's say if people feel like the $30 is a little bit too much. All right, cool. Sit back for a brief second and play some games, save up $30, and then you can decide that, okay, well, this month I want to sit up there and use these points. I want to upgrade to Ultimate to see, what's new and see what's directly up there, right? And then after that, I'll just go back to the normal subscription that's directly up there. You could actually do that. I myself, as a Xbox gamer, I've saved up enough points where I was able to buy a good few games But I think I bought during the time because they might have had some sales as well too. I used the points up there, and I either halfway paid or fully paid off brand new games. Like I said, I can't list you anybody else that allows you to do that. And again, I get that people have disagreements with a lot of these companies, a lot of these businesses. But if there is something there that you can leverage to buy a game, like just think if you played on Xbox enough where you were able to afford a $60 card or even like a $50 card, 50 or $40 card. You just either fully paid off your game or paid off a nice percentage where you only gotta put the least amount of money directly on there in order to basically have the full game. Because once you have that Microsoft card up there, you see whatever billing. It may be PayPal. I don't think they got Zelle up there, but it may be PayPal or your card or whatever it is. That'll be first, or I think it'll be second, and then you'll have the Microsoft point card that you have that you already cashed out, and they'll already show you that total, what that looks like on the right side of the screen. Like I said, PlayStation don't do that. Nintendo doesn't do that, and I know Steam doesn't do that. Like at no point in time was I able to play Steam games, and I saved up enough points where I was able to sit up there and afford more Steam games. Now, I will say that maybe I didn't do enough due diligence to figure out if Steam actually does have that, but to my knowledge, I haven't seen it because I feel like as though redo my words. I feel as though that if that was realistically a thing that a lot of people who play on Steam, they would have been shouting that to the rooftops. But that's not the thing that takes place and happens, right? The other thing as well too that does not get talked about as well when it deals with Xbox Game Pass Ultimate um is that you get some free micro transaction stuff that you can happen to pick up. And again, it's not the greatest things directly up there, but these are games that some people do play. I've played Fantasy Star Online, been a fan of that for the longest time possible. I've never played what is that? Terminal. Yeah, sorry. I don't know why I tried to break that down. I never played Terminal Brigade on PC. Asphalt, which is a racer, never played it. 3-on-3, I might have played it. I have played Thrones of Liberty. I played the finals. I played Vigor. I played Rainbow Six Siege. Never played PUBG. I've played Warzone. Enlisted in War Thunder. Never played them. Naraka Blade Point. I've played that. Apex. I've played it. Splitgate played it. Smite 2. Got it because I love Smite 1. Mecha Break. Fragpunk. Zenless Zoneless. WWE. That would be more so for Tippy. I'm not even sure if she's here. Again, I can't see the comment section, but that'd be more so Tippy right there. But yeah, you get some free stuff over time, directly with it. One of the things that they do give every now and again is this, which is for anybody who has Discord or things of that nature. Discord has its own subscription service, and Nitro is one of those things where you get extra perks and all this other type of stuff. I have Nitro directly up here. I just haven't cashed it out yet because for whatever reason, I just leave it, in a sense up there. I got up until 2026, which is basically next year, in order to, click that directly in, and I got, my free months. But there's been a lot of things like this that I've gotten, in a sense over time. Let me see if I go to the rewards, right? So let me actually click back real quick. Let me click back. See if y'all can see. Okay, so y'all can actually see that. What's up, Keyshawn? What is up? What is up? What is up? What's up? Capu10, what is up? You said, is this on console? Yeah, this is console. This is on a Series X that I'm currently on. So just to put that out there. So this is directly on the Series X, right? So if you look directly to the right side of the screen at this moment in time, I got $10, directly up there, right? But one of my goals is basically like a $5 gift card. I've exceeded that because I got 10,454 points. But lifetime wise, like I told y'all before, I have over 400K directly in points, right? And they directly tell you that I am currently at level 2 and earn at least 500 points, each month. So they got, levels and tiers directly up that. With the console, they specifically tell you that, hey, per week you can get 175 if you do these challenges. You keep going directly through, keep on playing. PC, you got the Jewel app, you got play games on console. Underneath that, you got use the Xbox mobile app, sign in. I'm not sure I have the Xbox mobile app and I'm always signed in, but I guess I have to just log out and then sign in and then it'll count, which is crazy. Then I got the weekly PC bonus, play 5 days this week on PC for 15 minutes. I play on Steam, so I'm not, I would have to play through the, I guess, PC app on my computer and then do it. Maybe I can play some Grounded or something like that. Play games on Game Pass, which is not difficult. Play games for at least 15 minutes. That's easy to sit up there and do. And then you got the multipliers that you can also get per streak. And as you see, for both the the Game Pass monthly 4-pack and 8-pack, Call of Duty is directly up there. Just log in, log out, that type of thing. So it's not that difficult to get points so that you can spend them directly on something, because they got stuff directly in the back. You can use the Microsoft gift card. You got different other gift cards up there as well too. I will say that what Microsoft should do and implement is put, I want to say, didn't we have food gift cards up here? Microsoft should implement some food gift cards, like put some Uber cards directly up there, some Subway or different Chipotle or whatnot, Starbucks. Put some different cards directly up there and not just this, because I can promise you, if you could tell people like, yo, you could just sit down, play some games, get a $10 or a $20 card, and you can cash that out and you can just go and get you something from like Uber Eats. Yo, you have a lot more people playing some gaming. I'm just saying, I'm a food type of person, so maybe it's just me, right? Maybe it is just me directly on that, right? So then if we back directly out and we go over to see the games, right? These are the things that come with Ultimate. So if you look to the upper right hand corner, it says that I am Ultimate, Xbox Game Pass Ultimate, right? So we got access to the EA Play games. So this is the list of games that we got. And I remember, somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, but Dragon Age just came out at least this year, right? So you got EA Sports Football 25, you got NHL, you got college football. We also got Madden directly up here. So that also means that the next Madden, whenever that is, Madden 26 or whatnot, whatever. Not sure if that's out right now, but whenever that comes out, that'll be probably the next thing that'll be added directly up here as well too. So that's beneficial for all of those sports buffs directly up here, where you got the racers, you got football, soccer, all of those things, hockey. You got golf up here as well too. I never played Wild Hearts. Crazy part is I actually bought Battlefield 2024. I actually bought that when it first came out. I bought Lost in Random as well too. They got Need for Speed up there. They got Battlefield 1. I own that because I bought it. Never played Squadron. Battlefield 5, I bought that as well too. Plants vs. Zombies. I thought I had Battlefield 4. I guess not. I know I bought Burnout Paradise, but I had it for 360. But yeah, you got quite a bit of games directly up here, old and new. Like I said, I'm pretty sure a lot of people didn't play a lot of those games. So it's quite a few directly up there. EA could more than likely put a lot more games directly up there, but it'd be like that. Then we also got the free play days directly up there, right? So you got the Black Ops beta, Poltergeist, and then you got Sudden Force Strike, and then you also got Dustborn. I know that was a game that came out, what was it, last year sometime, and people were complaining heavily about that, right? Next, we got this next coming on Game Pass. Let me see if we can. Wait, is it going to load up? Oh, it's going to a video. We weren't trying to do that. That's wild. That is wild. Exits. So now we got to go back here. Yeah. Would have known it was going to send me to a YouTube video. I would have just, what's the name? Let me see. What else do we got directly up here? Wait, do they list benefits? Okay, yeah. Those are the same ones that they had earlier, so I could have just actually clicked directly on that. So now let's go to available on Game Pass Hogwarts. I'm trying to go to like the full list. Is this the full list? Yeah. All right, so we got, let's see, day one releases, right? So the day one releases that we have Frostpunk 2, We got Mecha Break, Dreamlight Valley, Dark Tide, Splitgate, Setsuna Saga Hellblade 2, Rainbow Six Extraction. I will sit up there and say Rainbow Six Extraction, if you want to play it with friends, all right. It's not worth buying that. I bought it day one. It wasn't worth it. Overthrow, not even sure what that is. Silk Song's pretty good. Gears of War, haven't played Gears in years, but looks fun. You got Ghost Simulator, Grounded 2. Some people here in this lobby know about Grounded 2. Grounded 2 is actually pretty fun. It's a game that is in work in progress, so it's not finalized at all. It won't be finalized for some years, but it is a pretty fun game to get directly into, either if you want to play it solo or if you want to play it directly with friends. Skiing game, don't know nothing about that. Mech Warriors, don't know nothing about that. Orcs Must Die is actually pretty nice. Pretty dope game. You got Wu Chang directly up here. Descenders, you got Tony Hawk Pro Skater, Eternal Die, Firebreak. I will sit up there and say that's a game that needs some tender care and love. Because I feel as though that the ball was kind of dropped directly on that, and they just need to continuously add some stuff directly on there. You got Alters. That was another AAA game that was released. You got Space Marines, Star Trucker. Flintlock was okay. Savage Planet is fun with friends. Doom: The Dark Ages, have not played it yet. I was actually supposed to play Stalker 2, because one of our moderators here, Tippy, would always ask me like, "Yo, play a scary game," and that was supposed to be one of the games I was supposed to play because I had to download it, but didn't play it. Dungeons of Hinterberg is actually pretty nice. Expedition, that's a pretty nifty game. I just have not really played it at this moment. You got Oblivion directly up here. Commandos, was it Origins? 33 Immortals is actually pretty dope. I'm not sure if people have actually checked that out, but I would tell people to check that out. It's a game preview. It's pretty fun. For any of those who like Sims, you got Train Sims directly up there. You got Tunic. Atomfall is a nice single player type of game as well too. I've played that, made quite some headway in there. I think I might have spent about a good 15, 20 plus hours directly in there. Still Wakes of the Deep. I don't know anything about that. Still Wakes the Deep. I don't know why I'm adding words directly in there. South of Midnight, I will say that is a dope game. There was a lot of people that complained about it last year. They're like, "Oh, this game is woke, it's DEI, it's this." I'm like, dog, it's talking about the South. It's talking about this young black girl here who is going through her own, type of like journey to figure, stuff directly out. Like it shows her, to put it into perspective, it shows you her being the teenager that she is, like in a sense with a childlike mentality where she's immature, to developing and becoming more mature when it deals with serious situations, decision makings, and how to basically move. Right? It shows like an emotional evolution of a character, and it's dope. And it also talks about her history, her family, and all of those things, and it culminates into this whole story along with the Southern roots and a lot of folk tales and things of that nature. Like I said, dope game. Avowed, that's another nice, game. I haven't really finished it. I have my characters like a double wielding wand mage, type of thing, because I just like, wands. Thought it was dope. Starfield, if you've never played it, I would say that it will be enjoyable for a lot of people. I haven't played it in a minute. But I would say check it out. I would say, check it out, give it a shot. Another Crab's Treasure, that was actually a pretty fun game. I made a little bit of headway directly in that as well too. Sniper Elite, seen it for a while, never really got into it. Eternal Strands, didn't play it. The rest of these games down here, I played Lightyear Frontier. That was all right. It was all right. I didn't give Indiana Jones a shot at all, but it is up there. That's another, in a sense, AAA game. You got Microsoft Flight Simulator. You got Forza Ninja Gaiden directly up there. Then you got the Call of Duties, right? You got Quake. Like I said, there is a lot of games directly up here. Like you could actually spend some time going directly through and looking at the games that they have up here for value. because some of these games might still be at full price, which I highly disagree with. But it's like that, you know. Then you got games at this moment in time coming to Game Pass. So we got Ninja Gaiden. So I'm able to download that. Wait, when does that come out? Yeah, so the 20 basically this month, I can just download that and have it directly up there. Outer Worlds 2, another one, I can just download that, have it directly down there. When Call of Duty 7 launches, I'll have it downloaded and I'll be able to play it on my other profile. I'll actually go through the story because they got my guy from Heroes as the main character, directly up there. And then we got the A through Z list because I will say this though, for anybody up here who has never played Aliens Firefight Team Elite, that is a pretty fun game. It has quite a bit of character customization in there just physically for the characters, along with the camos for the weapons, on top of the abilities and the weapons and and all that type of stuff. That's actually a pretty good game. I got which version of that do I get? I forgot. Whichever is like the highest tier version of that, I got that one. That came back out in like 2021. So that was during the pandemic. Aliens Dark Descent, that is a turn-based, type of style game there for those who are into that type of game. But like I said, they got a lot of games directly up here. They got all the Assassin's Creeds. And when was the last time? I think the last Assassin's Creed that I might have played was Valhalla. I want to say. They got the Baldur's Gates directly up there. They got Baltaro directly up there. Might have mispronounced that, but you know what I'm talking about. Bejeweled, one of my favorite games I would like to play on PC at the moment in time. My older PC, I had a how can I say this? I had a copy. I had a nice copy of of Bejeweled, during the time, on my PC, and I would just play that. Back when people would actually take their towers and their PCs to other people's, places, got the different Call of Duties, directly up here. Yeah, I think it might be showing a little bit more games because I think it was specific. Dead Cells, that's another good game as well, too, if people are into, those types. It's a pretty dope game. I actually got Dead Island. I have not played it. Dante's Inferno was another classic game that I never got a chance to get my hands directly on during the time. Crazy part is Deathloop, when it was solely on PlayStation, I bought that game and I didn't finish it. Diabolical work. Diabolical. Let me see. Deep Rock. I did try that one out. I didn't really like that, but I'm more of a fan of Deep Rock Survivor. Do they got like an image directly of it? They don't got an image of it. That sucks. Then we got, Diablo directly up there. All the Diablos got Dishonored. You got all the Dooms up there. Dragon's Age. Crazy part is I got Xenoverse 2 on. When did Xenoverse 2 come out? Yeah. Yeah, that was pre-pandemic because I got Xenoverse. It should be Xenoverse or Xenoverse 2. One of those, I have those on the Switch, which is crazy. Diabolical in nature. Enter the Gungeon. Then we got all the Fables up here. I think my favorite one, it should have been 3 or 2. Either which one my boy Ricky let me borrow and let me play it. I forgot which one it was. Got the Fallouts out here. I got 76, which I want to say is probably the most hated Fallout in the franchise. But it has some enjoyable stuff directly up there. You got Far Cry, all through up here. Feeding Frenzy 2 and Feeding Frenzy, one of my favorite games that I love up here. Another story-based game. You got Firewatch. You got Fight Night. I'm waiting for an actual Fight Night with multiplayer and not just this. When did this come out? 2010. Yeah, we out of there. Nah, no. It was no reason even sit up there and look at that. It's crazy. Then we got Frostpunk and Frostpunk 2 directly up here. We got all the Gears. So just in case if nobody's actually going through the Gears series, you can go all through Gears. Every single version of Gears, you can go through the whole story and just binge that whole thing there. You got Ghostwire, Tokyo directly up here, Ghost Simulator. You got the Grand Theft Autos. You got the classic GoldenEye. Da-da, 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 da. Grounded 1 and 2. You got Hades. If nobody's ever played Hades, I recommend playing Hades. It is a very fun game. Good story. Good voice acting. I like the music and everything like that. I've gone through. I beat the game. I want to see at least twice. I beat it, and that was on PC. We got all the Halos directly up here, so you can go directly through and go through that story as well too. Um, High on Life, and you got High on Life 2 that's about to roll directly out. You got Injustice. Now, why don't they have the first Injustice up here? That's a little, it's a little bit something different there. Oh, we got Hunt up here. Huh. I might have to check that out. Immortal Phoenix. I played it. I bought it. Never finished it. Killer Instinct. I want to say I should own Killer Instinct. I don't have the anniversary, but I should own the original Killer Instinct directly up there. Lords of the Fallen. I think I might have played that by way of Game Pass when it was up there for free. Lords of the Fallen is actually pretty nice. Pretty dope. I played Mass Effect Andromeda. I didn't beat it. That's another hated game in a franchise. Nobody likes Andromeda as well. People are like, yeah, we skip past that. We don't even talk about it. Mecha Breaker, if you're looking for a multiplayer and you love Gundams, Mecha Break is, I say Breaker for no reason, but Mecha Break is one of, in a sense, I want to say the best multiplayer mech games that I've seen thus far. All they need is a Gundam collaboration and it's over. You got money for days. You got microtransactions and money for days. I just wish that they would actually do it. For whatever reason, they won't. You got Metal Slug Tactics. I like the original Metal Slug. I'm not for the tactic, type of thing, but to each of their own. You got Mech Warrior. I played that back on the days of PC. Flight Simulator, Shadows of War, Minecraft. Minecraft Dungeons is actually pretty nice. It's a pretty fun game. Shout out to all my Monopoly heads directly out there because I do have Monopoly. So that is another game as well too. But I feel like if you're going to play it online, you better order some food from Uber. Have a nice pizza, have that bad boy in front of you on the table, and you just sitting up there just on a mic, playing Uno or Monopoly. Uno is up here too, but I think it's lower. I never played Madness though. Moonlighter seems like a pretty nice game. Sham knows this image because I would always throw this image up on Steam, which is that of Mullet Mad Jack. So you got Naraka up there, Need for Speed, Neon Abyss. Yes, it's a lot of games. Oh, snap, they got 9 Souls up here. And then of course, Nino Kuni. Oh yeah, No Man's Sky. That's another good game too. I will say kudos to the company. Who is that? Hello Games. Shout out to the company, to Hello Games, for keeping up directly with No Man's Sky and literally making it a phoenix rising from the ashes, because that's exactly what this game is. Like, it's crazy how much work that they've put into this game, and they continue to put into this game, elevating this game. Like I said, and the craziest part is I can actually play this for free. But if I were to really actually get invested into this game, I would actually buy it, because I do believe in actually supporting game companies that are about the love of the game, right? We got Octopath Traveler, we got Orcs, we got Ori directly up here. Overwatch, Power World, that's another good game. Shout out to Sony for trying to go through criminal behaviors of after Power World was first announced. They decided that, we're going to start patenting a lot of the game mechanics that we feel that we created and established, so that nobody else can basically get anywhere close to what Pokemon is. Sony is on some scum world, type of stuff. I mean, not Sony, I'm sorry. Nintendo. They're both Japanese companies, but Nintendo is on some scumbaggery, at this moment in time, dealing, with that whole thing. Crazy work. Perfect Dark. Shout out to Perfect Dark, and it's a shame that the brand new Perfect Dark got canceled. It's a shame. Plants vs Zombies is a fun little multiplayer as well too. I'm not sure if it's still alive or if it's dead at this moment. But yeah, like I said, is a Quantum Break is actually good. I can only imagine how that game looks on a Series X with the graphics that it had during the time. That's another good game. Another good game. But yeah, it's a lot. Like I said, it's a lot of games, a lot of story driven games, a lot of multiplayer and things of that nature. I wanted to actually get Skull and Bones, and now I can actually play it because it's up there for free. I don't have to feel bad now. I don't have to feel bad. What else we got? State of Decay. So if let me just shout this one out here. State of Decay 2 is a very fun and good game, both either single player or in multiplayer. If you've never tried State of Decay 2, I would highly recommend you playing that game. It is very fun. It is a very fun game. It's annoying with a lot of the survivors, but it's a very fun game. Sworn is also a dope game, either single player or multiplayer as well. The Ascent, it's a cool game within its own right. Never finished it. Made some headway directly in it. Never finished it. Um, what else? We got the Telltale Walking Dead directly up here. We got the Ghost Recons. Up here I got Breakpoint, of course. I got the Division 2. Shout out to any of my friends that I ended up getting Division 2 for when it was on sale for about $2 or $4 or $5. I bought up a whole bunch of those and I was just like gifting those things out on Xbox. I'm like, here, Division, and the DLC is free. It's less than $10. Hey, let me just sit up there and hand this over to you and buy this directly for you, just in case you never played it. You got Tales of Mana, and that was a game that I'm sorry, Trials of Mana. That was a game that just came out and it's already up there listed. Shout out to my Uno heads directly out there. We got Uno is on deck, and I do actually own that. I gotta get, I like the DLC cards, so I gotta do that. Vampire Survivors is actually pretty dope too. Viva Pinata, I stayed up a lot of nights playing that on 360. Dark Tide is not bad as well too. That's a pretty fun game. Watch Dogs Legions, I do have that. Never finished it. I don't even think I started We Happy Few. Then we got Wolfenstein directly up there, Wild Hearts, Wu Chang. We got World War Z as well too, and then that is pretty much it. But yeah, all I'm saying is for me, there's quite a bit of stuff. So let me actually like click back over because I ain't see the chat. I'm not even sure if we even got anybody in the chat at this moment in time. Let me see. King said the sweet spot was $24.99. At $30, they've lost someone who has been with the service for 64 consecutive months. Right? Sham said, I play it on my cell phone. Bejeweled. Got you. Sham also said, to be honest with you, I don't think free to plays should count as access numbers to games. It should be strictly ones you have to buy. Yo, Lunch, what is up? What is up? What is up? Sham said, I like retro games. Two, you don't play too much 2D games, says he. No. I play some. I got some 2D games up there. I play like 8-bit, type of games and things. Like Dead Cells is one of those games. It's like an 8-bit or whatnot, type of game. So I do play that. Lunch said I got Xenoverse 2. Can't claim it. I was best at it. Yeah, same here. I have no claim directly to that. I just like playing it because I grew up on Budokai and Tenkaichi. So, that's where I'm at. Third Eye, what is up? What is up? What is up? We said Game Pass was renting with extra steps. Yeah. Yep. Sham said LOL. Yes, they have a really rough start. You said single player Plants versus Zombies is good. Yep. You said Stardew Valley, and you said I am here. Yes, I don't even know how far back though. So yeah, actually, I caught up. Yeah. So yeah, like I said, I don't know. For me, dealing with the whole thing of Game Pass, I feel as though that my point of view is a little bit different from everybody else. That's like raging out, just to make money. And normally when you have a different opinion and you're going directly through, certain stuff to showcase, things to have a conversation. Those are, the types of things that people can't really make money off of because it's no hype directly in it. There's nothing to enrage people directly about. If I decided to make a video talking about like, yeah, miss me with Xbox, I'm canceling this, I'm pretty sure I could sit up there and give views. Right. But again, I'm going through the actual Game Pass. Showing people like, okay, these are some of the things that are of value, that specifically here. As stated before, a lot of other content creators that I've watched, they're not doing all that. They're not going through the actual games. They're not going through the system. They're not explaining stuff directly to people or showing stuff directly off. It's just a whole bunch of mouth moving with nothing to, in a sense, show. And like I said, for me, I'm not about that life. I'm going to at least try to detail this as much as possible, so that people can come up with their own, decision on what's valuable and what's not. And as stated before, is like people can clearly downgrade directly on there. Sam said, "I don't know. I think I'm okay with the $30 pass. First world problems like boycott for real stuff and not stuff like this." I mean, that's true. That's true. Sham also said, "I mean, I think they can give the same rage when it's subscription based games." I mean, yeah. Like to add on to what Sham basically stated, right? Let me just highlight that. To add on to what you basically stated, when we have just think about the live service games. You got a lot of live service games out here that are trash. They are straight garbage. And they're not offering like for the battle passes and stuff the only one that can, in a sense, really get away with being a live service is Fortnite. Fortnite literally I was with Fortnite back pre-pandemic, and it was like save the world. Right. There was a zombies or these entities coming directly through, and you were sitting at the forefront to basically, with you and your group of friends, were to basically stave off this unknown force with the weapons that you have. And in order to do it, you had to build up your little fortress or whatnot and stave off these waves. The moment in time that was failing and Fortnite was failing, it was about to die off. Somebody in that ecosystem was like, you know what? I think we got to take a risk because we're already bleeding out. We're already losing. We're going to take what PUBG did, but then we're going to use what it is that we have. And we're going to implement the building into the mechanics of shooting. And we're going to it's sink or swim. We're going to see what it's going to do. And it is what it is. And everybody shook on it. And that was the last thing you ever saw. Fortnite was the only game that I knew of that was, in a sense, a live service game that was pulling in $500 to $600 to $700 per month. $500 to $600 to $700 million per month. Nobody else still has come close to pulling Fortnite numbers. Nobody. Fortnite is the only one that can literally do a live service game and get away with that. And there's value in all of the stuff that they do because of the collaborations. That's also what helps keep Fortnite, spicy and, keep people entertained. And Fortnite is the only one where you can, in a sense, treat it like Mugen, where you got Eminem, Darth Vader, Goku, Power Rangers, Family Guy, and all these, and Gundams and Godzilla all in one thing, all in one multiplayer, right? But other than that, you can't give me another live service game that is giving you any type of value. Like, if people want to clown about some stuff, people need to be clowning about those live service games, just to be real. Because for them to be live service and for a lot of those games to be subpar, it makes no sense. And I'm talking about on every system. Like I said, Fortnite is the only one to really do it the way that it's doing it. And to still be afloat for all of these years, still making money. I'm not sure what the numbers are, but I'm pretty sure that they're still pulling in, hundreds of millions of dollars. And I'm pretty sure the Power Rangers, X-Men, and Marvel and all this other type of stuff in DC really helped out. Especially with the anime. And I'm pretty sure if Fortnite really want to get slick, if they start heavily leaning more into like K-pop and anime, oh yeah, it's going to be it's going to be a resurgence. It's going to be looking crazy. They're going to be pulling in some disgusting money. Sham said Microsoft been buying out huge amounts of gaming companies too. I mean, if you look at that list, it's massive, so it's not surprising that they need more money for those studios. And that's the other thing that people forgot about. People forgot about the ABK deal, which is Activision, Blizzard, and King. Right? So you got the main two game companies, and then on top of that, you got King, which is basically cell phone games. They spent a ridiculous amount of billions of dollars on that deal. And you know who had a problem with that? Sony. Sony was, oh no, we can't allow this deal to sit up there and go through. We got to take them through litigation. This is some type of form of a monopoly, and this, that, and the third. We will not sit up there and have this, that, and the. I'm like, they were doing this they were just bleeding money at this point. And they had no justification. And you had a lot of Sony heads directly out there, but like, oh yeah, well, Sony is completely right. Like, we need to, stop Microsoft from, being able to buy this and to buy. But I'm like, so where was all of this energy when Nextel was buying? When you had Singular, you had Nextel, and they were bought up by AT&T, along with them sitting up there buying Metro PCS. Where was all of this type of mouth when it's dealing with real world stuff? Nowhere. Nobody had nothing to say. You always have companies buying other companies because they got the money to facilitate the buy. If you don't want, for a lot of those out there where that had the problem with the ABK deal, if you didn't necessarily want Microsoft to buy that company, then you should have had your people pour money into that company so that they wouldn't have to agree to a buyout, because they were bleeding and losing money. So instead of them just closing up shop and everybody's losing jobs, it's like, all right, we're going to go with the necessary evil in order to keep everything afloat, to make sure that people are still working, and that these companies are still here, and that people are able to still keep their lights directly on. And that's what happened. That's what took place. John said, dang, is Mugen still around? I was playing that back in 2006. Oh no, yeah, Mugen is still up and running. There's still, now if you want to find the sprites, good luck. On my old computer, I used to have some of those sprites that you cannot find anymore. And I had a lot of the files. Like I said, I wish I could actually get that hard drive, because that's some classic stuff directly up there. But it'd be like that. Sham said, I mean, they even own Blizzard, Bethesda, Mahjong, Activision, King, and etc. Yep. Sam said $2 billion on Minecraft alone. Yep. Sham said they made a cooperative deal with Steam recently. Yes, and I'm waiting for that to take place and happen. Like I said, I understand that people are going to sit up there and say, like, I'm not getting the next system, and I'm getting the next system. I'm sorry. I've lived too long, and I've struggled throughout my many years of being younger, not being able to get the other systems when they were out. I'm not doing that again. So I am getting those, while everybody else is probably going to be talking about their boycotting this, that, and the third. I'm going to be, I guess, one of those few directly out there that's going to get the brand new Xbox when that bad boy launches. Because my whole main thing that I want to see the implementation, or how they're going to deal with having Steam natively on their console. Like I said, for me, looking at game systems, I would have never in a million years imagined that any one of these game systems would be like, you know what? We're going to do a partnership directly with PC, and we're going to put Steam on our console. Huh? What? That's like I said, the moment in time the Xbox does this and people are able to get their hands on it and it's successful, oh boy, it's going to be problems. Like I said, Nintendo is just where it is. Nintendo is just going to always be Nintendo. It's just going to be, continuously running that and getting money off of Pokemon and Mario and all of that stuff, and never really evolving, right? They're just going to stay directly there. PlayStation, on the other hand, I don't know what they're going to do, because PlayStation, they went for the anime thing, right? So they got anime in their clutches. They went for fighting games. So I think, what doesn't PlayStation have Evo or something like that? I forgot what it was, but they got fighting games pretty much on lock. Right. But other than that, the only thing that they can really go for is like going for like some Chinese, like Asian type of games, and to have that on lock. That's the only other move that PlayStation can do, because PlayStation, they don't got the money that Microsoft got. They don't got that $1 trillion money to throw around and be like, yo, we want to make this partnership happen, and we're going to write this up to make sure it's beneficial for both parties. Because again, it's Microsoft that's putting up the money. Because I promise, if the ABK deal would have been going through with Sony, nobody would have been online crying about that. Nobody would have been. You wouldn't have seen Microsoft talking about, oh yeah, we're about to sit up there and try to stop this deal, and people could care less. Microsoft would just be like, all right, you bought that. We're going to buy everything else that you opted not to buy. We're going to buy up a lot of these small indies. We're going to, buy up all of these, other, gaming, whatnot, or whatever, is that we're about to close up shop, and we're going to have them under our roof, producing games specifically for Xbox. But, like I said, Xbox has been for a long time showing people like, hey, we're going to, have Xbox everywhere. And they're doing just that. So while everybody is still sticking to, okay, I'm just, PlayStation, I'm just Nintendo, I'm not doing anything else. Xbox is like, okay, we're going to meet you exactly where it is that you are. And that's what they're doing. So now you got Xbox games that are on PlayStation. Of course, you've been had Xbox games that are on PC. You got Xbox games that are probably soon enough going to be on a Switch if they're not already there. Wherever that there is a system or a way for people to play games, Xbox is making sure to have their names directly up there. So as soon as you turn that bad boy on, you see that Xbox logo directly in front of your face. That's the smartest move that you can do in order to get brand new people directly up here, because we're at a point in time where gaming is at a standstill. It's like, how can we basically evolve it to further have people buy our systems? Or how can we implement something in such a way that we can do some effort, but it's not as much as we've normally done in order to get more people here? And that's the best way to do it. If people don't want to sit up there and buy the Series X, Series S, if people don't want to sit up there and buy the next console, Xbox is like, no problem, we got you. You already paid, $100, $200, $300, $400 for your cell phone. If it has gaming capabilities, bam, we got you. We got Game Pass directly on there, and you can stream and play our games directly there. You got a tablet and it's game play accessible, bow, we got you. A laptop, bow, we got you. Like I said, they're making the smartest moves directly out here in order to keep everything going. Everybody else is staying stagnant. And now they were about to formulate a partnership with Steam. Oh, it's gonna be madness. Now I got all in one. I don't even care if my Xbox is what people would normally say is a low grade PC. I don't care. As long as I can sit up there and play both of my games, I can sit in my living room with a controller in my hand and just sit up there and just go through and play Steam. I don't got to be hunched over in my chair, sitting up there playing Steam games, clicking and do like, it's annoying. Like I said, I got a PC and I've started off on PC. But I'm like, yo, man, I understand how people can get arthritis and carpal tunnel and have a hunched back and stuff. Like, yo, man, nah. I like just being able to have a controller, man. But like I said, that's just me. That is just me. Sham said, I'm buying my system. You also said that these games will be running on my PC too, roughly, and I'm not having it. Yeah, and that's another thing too that I always had a problem with PC. It's like, if I decided, which, again, that's not feasible, but if there was a point in time that I could be like, all right, I'm about to drop like $4 to $5 grand on a PC, it's like, all right, but I still got the problem of if it's going to be capable and able to handle the newest AAA game that's coming out. Is my system going to be adequate enough to run Battlefield 6 or Battlefield 7 or 8? Is it going to be able to run the brand new Call of Duty Black Ops 7, 8, or 9? Am I going to have to update my graphics card and spend an extra, $1,200 to get the newest graphics card so that I'm up to date and that like I said, there's a lot of maintenance work. I will take a low grade PC, aka a console, over having to continuously upgrade my PC because every single game has different requirements. That's crazy to me. And then on top of that, to have a $5,000 system and to have the game that you just bought $60 off the bat, brand new, not running, yo, that's crazy. And now I got to go through the system files to figure out how to make that work, even if it's a demo or a beta. Like, yo, nah, brother, no, not doing it. It's crazy. Sham said, yep. Charlie T says, sounds like Funimation and Sentai with anime. Sam said, the world is moving to this route, even if it's unfair. The people in power moved it the way based on the consumer. People mad, but they spend money. And that's the other thing that I try to tell people. And that's going back to what I stated before when it dealt with Mass Effect and that whole fiasco with the ending and the DLC. I'm like, the moment in time that y'all cave in and y'all go for that DLC after they already gave y'all a jacked up ending that you disagree with, yo, it's over. You're going to allow EA is going to be like, yo, game companies, look at what the consumers are willing to take, even if we mess up and give them a subpar game with a subpar ending and all this other. They're still willing to sit up there and buy from us. So do the exact same things that we're doing. Mess up your game. You don't got to fully go into it. Have some promises, some errors. Just promise to fix it, and you'll be able to get their money on top of putting out DLC because they're just that stupid to sit up there and keep buying it. And that's what happened. The consumer let the companies know that, hey, we're going to buy it irregardless. We're just going to sit up there and buy it. This is what we're going to do, right? This is how much we respect ourselves by keep throwing money at an unfinished product. Like I said, it's crazy out here. It's diabolical in nature. Diabolical. Sham said, I think it's a good collab because Steam doesn't want to be a console developer. Yeah, it is a good, it is. The only thing that I would ask and hope that would transpire and happen is that more of the games that are on Steam would have controller support. Because like I said, I'm not against like keyboard and mouse. I'm not, it's cool, whatnot, or whatever. But I like being able to have a controller. I like the comfortability of having a controller in my hand. I shouldn't have to have a specific mouse or a keyboard to make my hands more comfortable so that I can game properly. I'm like, no, like I said, my back be hurting, hands and wrist. It's not really that feasible. It's not that comfortable. I like to be able to lounge back if I want to and just play something, have my feet up and just do it in that type of method. Because one of the games that I play, which is Out of Time, which is what is it on? It's on Unreal. I like that game. It's a pretty fun game, multiplayer, all of that type of stuff. The only thing that I have an issue with is that it doesn't have controller support. And I'm like, how simple that game plays, it wouldn't be difficult for them to implement controller support. I don't know why this is so difficult for a lot of game companies to do. But they need to do that. They need to do it. But like I said before, I am hyped. If they implement this to how everybody has talked about it online in theories or whatnot or whatever, that you'll be able to run Steam on an Xbox console, I'm all for it. I'm all for it. All in one for all. I am all for it. Like I said, and I like the fact that Microsoft is willing to take a risk, such as doing something like that, because other game companies would not do it. Like that's like, just imagine, that's like Sony be like, all right, so the bigger step that we're going to do is we're going to have Nintendo Store natively directly on PlayStation. That would be wild, but I don't think they'll ever do that. Because Nintendo and PlayStation got this weird relationship where Sony did some scumbag type of stuff, and they cut out of a deal because I'm not sure if people remember, but at a moment in time, somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, but Nintendo and PlayStation were supposed to come up with a system. They were supposed to have a system together, and I think it was Sony that did some nonsense, and they decided to just cut short directly on that collaboration. But yeah, like I said before, Sony don't really, they don't got any moves that they can really make. The let me see. The only way that Sony could really make a big move, a big eye-catching move, would be if somehow that Dreamcast, if the Dreamcast 2 came back and they had a collaboration or something. Like I said, I don't know. Or either that or Nintendo. Nintendo, that's far less likely. But all I'm saying is let Xbox come out with a system and you can do all the Steam games and everything on there. Watch Sony do what they normally do, which is copy. And then once it's copied onto PlayStation, watch all the Sony has. But oh, this is the greatest thing. Sony's always, the best at sitting up there doing this and this, that, and the third. Like I said, wild type of talk. Just completely diabolical in nature. Wild type of talk in here. Yo, D Money, what is up? What is up? What is up? Mahoko said, Seiji, what is good? Nothing much. Good. Just, talking about gaming. Chill, relaxed conversation. Nothing to really get up in arms, directly about, Mahoko said, and yeah, Microsoft lost their minds since Xbox One. Man, no, it ain't. Yo, I'm telling you, it's not as bad as people are making it seem to be online. It's not as bad because the craziest part is how people react online is not how people react in life. That's the one that's the one main thing that I realized. And a lot of these people talking about like they're canceling, they're just talking. Like unless you got millions of people showing a statement from their own system and it's data and it shows proof that it's them and it's not just a copy and paste. It's not, chat GBT AI type of stuff. Unless they can really facilitate that and show that, then it's like all of the talk that people are doing is just talk. There was a point in time that people were talking about, boycotting Starbucks, boycotting Target, and people are still going to Target and Starbucks. So I'm like, ain't nobody real. Ain't nobody serious. Like, all people are going to do is, holler and scream online, and then they're going to go right back to doing what they normally do, either out loud or quietly. And a lot of people are quietly going to go right back and turn right back on that subscription service. And I'm like, what was the use of even doing that to get rid of it before? I'm like, it didn't make no sense. Sham said it's almost like $4,000 for a graphics card now. Two, so systems be running a whole car price again, and that's my problem, right? A lot of people complain about the prices of game systems, but I'm like, do people not understand how much one graphics card? We're not talking about the whole computer. We're talking about one graphics card. Like, no, you got some people during the pandemic, people were spending like $7,000, dropping racks on racks, trying to get graphics cards. And I'm like, dog, you know how many game systems you can buy with $7,000? How many game systems how many Xboxes you can buy with $7,000? Like, no, it was crazy. But like I said, people want to get up in arms about one thing, but they don't want to talk about how, these PC game companies, how they're working sort of in tandem with the graphics card companies, where they'll make a brand new game that meets this specific requirement because the PC or whatnot that they're running it on is top notch, line of the line. So then the graphics company's like, okay, no problem. You said, oh, they need to be at this. Okay, no problem. Give us 6 months. We're going to make this graphics card, and it's going to be specifically tailored and built to play this game as optimal and as perfect as in the most ultra settings. I'm like, and this is literally what they're doing, in a sense, if you technically look at it. Because every single time a AAA game comes out, people are like, yo, is my game going to go on Reddit? People are like, yo, will my PC meet the requirements to be able to play this brand new AAA game? Like I said, I will never forget the day, and I will always put this in memory for a lot of those out there. PC had a dark day when a game called Crisis showed up. When that crisis happened, a real crisis happened. That bad boy was bricking, shutting down computers. It was burning them boys up. People still having nightmares about Crisis when that game first launched. I remember the sweet tears that people were sitting there. I was drinking those tears. Because a lot of people that wanted to clown me for having this, the Xbox 360, whatever it was. I'm like, but no, you got something that costs more than my 360, and that boy is dead. You got to bury that out there with old Yeller. It's curtains, my guy. you gotta buy a whole brand new system. You talking about trying to sue a company? No, it's on you. You better tell those game companies to optimize those games, way better. Like I said, Crisis, man, that was a real crisis back then. And now I can play Crisis clearly on my my Xbox console. I don't have those problems. Third Eye said buying 2K games every year is evidence of gamers' stupidity. Sham said, yeah, a lot of gamers need to improve their controller support as well. True. Yo, we got Ellis in the building. What is up? You said I don't play it if it ain't joystick compatible or controller compatible or whatever. I got you. Sham said that Sony probably will end up ate up by Microsoft eventually. I mean, this is the one thing I will say, right? Beyond, and I like to have fun when it deals with the whole console PC and all of that type, because it's all fun and games at the end of the day. Like I said, I own all the systems, so I don't really care. I don't got a dog in the race. But what I will say is that there always, when it deals with consoles, there always needs to be competition. I don't want Sony to sit up there and fail. I don't want a Microsoft to fail. I don't want a Nintendo to sit up there and fail. There needs to be healthy competition directly out here. There needs to be checks and balances so that things don't just go out of whack. Like I said, PC can do what it is because PC don't really, in a sense, have competition. It's not like another PC or something out there to really give competition when it deals with prices, parts, and all this other type of stuff. I mean, now the moment in time, if we happen to have, let's say, like some modular PC or or whatever it is type of tech that people will come out with. I mean, we do got modular phones, but that's for a whole nother conversation. I'm looking at you, Google, for buying that out. But the moment in time that some competition comes out, you're going to start to see people really shaking and moving. It's going to be a whole different landscape, and there's going to be a lot of PC people that will flock over to whatever the new kid in town or whatever the brand new popular kid is, just to see what it is, just to tinker around and do all of these other types of things. But like I said before, there needs to be checks and balances so that people know that, okay, well, if you decide that you want to do this, the other sides directly out there are going to try to match that by doing something a little bit different, or however it basically works. So, like I said, I don't want to see a day where PlayStation and Microsoft are combined. Nah, that's not, no. Nah. I'm not trying to see that. Nah. That's not going to be good for nobody. Either which way it goes. It's not going to be good for anybody except for the shareholders. Sham said, right now, what keeps Sony afloat is their exclusive games. Steam has made huge changes with them collabing. It means Sony exclusives will be on Xbox through Steam. I mean, true. That could be a thing that will, that could possibly, take place. But also at the same time, Sony could implement a thing where it's like, yeah, this is on Steam, but if people are using the Xbox, I'm not sure if they might have to look at like a hook or however the system basically works, but they can implement something where it basically states that they don't want said games playing, natively on an Xbox through way of the Steam app that's on X. Like I said, they can implement some stuff. They can always figure out some ways to block it and stuff. But again, if Sony decides to do that, it's going to look bad on their part. Because at the end of the day, if I got Steam natively on my Xbox and I'm buying games and I decide to buy a Sony game, that money is getting shared on that platform, which is Steam. So Steam is getting whatever share that they got, and Sony's getting whatever share that they got. Like I said, I don't know. I don't know what they're going to do. Ella said the rivalry between Sony and Nintendo is deep. Yeah, it is. Brewer, you said, I think it's great that you Xbox freeloaders are getting a price increase on Game Pass. You don't buy games. What do you expect? The crazy, the thing I love about this comment here is the jaw-dropping ignorance. Now, I, as a person who have clearly stated, I don't got a dog in this race because I got, unlike this bum Brewer right here, I have both the Switch. I don't got the Switch 2 yet, but I got the original Switch back when it first came out. I got the Series X and the PS5 when they first came out, right? And I also got a PC. The craziest part is every game that I buy is digital. Don't even have ownership directly over that, and I know and acknowledge that. And I also know and acknowledge the fact that if I use Game Pass, that hey, it's a subscription service. It's just like Netflix. So who is this Brewer? I'm pretty sure that Brewer has a subscription to Disney Plus, Netflix, or some anime site, whatever it is, right? You don't own none of those movies. You don't own none of those television shows. So it's like, what are we even talking about at this moment in time? What are we even talking about? Everybody is a freeloader one way or another. Everybody, instead of buying the movies that they like, instead of going out there buying the disc, the DVDs, Blu-rays, or whatever it is that they got directly out here, people are like, nah, I'm going to a streaming service. I'm going to pay my $25 a month for a bum-ass streaming service, and I'm going to find the movies that I like amongst the hundreds or thousands of movies that I would never watch, that I would never give the time of day to, that have the some of the most terrible ratings that you could ever see, worse than Rotten Tomatoes. That's some crazy work directly out here. Like I said, shout out to I'm guessing that Brewer has to be PC Master Race, right? Got to be the PC Master Race that pull up to the scene, talking shit. Diabolical in nature. Let me tell you something. Diabolical in nature. In a moment in time on PC, if Steam ever shuts down, then what? Oops. What about all those games that you have? You won't be playing those unless you be pirating games. But oops, Look at that. All the games that I bought on Steam, do I really own them? No. Didn't Steam just last year update their terms and services to notify people that just because you buy the games there that you don't actually own? Okay. Well, it'd be like that though. Ella said, and make sure you have to go get that upgrade. Talking about PC, yeah. Mahoka said, not gonna lie, Seji, my second PC is coming soon. Once my parts from Best Buy arrive next Tuesday. But yeah, PC parts, especially PSUs, are crazy expensive due to tariffs and such. Yeah. Sham said it makes no sense how much you have to advance your PC from just memory leaks in some of these open world games. And yeah, and it's crazy, like the memory leaks, I don't know why that is just such a problem. And I think even Borderlands, the newest Borderlands, suffer from memory leaks, which is crazy. Like, how is that even still a thing? Like, I remember that, in the older days of PC. I get that. We're in 2025. How, with all of this AI tech to look at problems and to problem solve, how are we still dealing with memory leaks in video games? Like, what is even going on? Like I said, for the life of me, I just don't understand it. I don't understand it. Ella said, yes, it was an actual crisis for the gamers. Talking about crisis, yes, it was. Third Eye said, if you listen to PC gamers, they swear making a $2,000 rig to barely play a $60 or $70 game from a $500 console makes sense. Yo, the craziest thing is, I remember being in Modern Warfare lobbies, Call of Duty lobbies, where you would have the cross multiplayer, cross play on, right? The amount of PC players that would always try to talk about console players was mind blowing to me, because I'm like, dog, the amount of work that I have to do to just do updates to be able to play the game is ridiculous. It is nonsensical. And the amount of heat that and that's the other thing that they don't talk about, the amount of heat that your rig is going to throw directly off just due to the fact of the chip and the graphics card is insane. It is insane. This is why so many people got liquid cooling. This is why whenever I get to a point in time where I do another PC, that bad boy is going to be in a fish tank, and I'm doing that whole cooling method where all of my parts are in that fish tank with that specific electrical cooling that is meant for computers. That's how I'm going to be running my PC. I'm not about to sit up there and have a room that is running hot because I decided that for 15 minutes I'm playing a game and I want to play it at like just moderate settings. That's insane. That is insane to me. Like I said, my Xbox, it might not be at the ultra specific graphics where I can see the universe, but I don't got to worry about the massive amount of heat being thrown directly. Like, that's insane to me, dog. I'm cooking. Like the PCs can get so hot that you can start actually cooking some eggs directly on that boy. Attach a piece of metal to the PC when it's heating up, or when you got that bad boy on ultra settings, let that boy hit 80 degrees. Bro, crack an egg on that. You're done. You got some scrambled eggs. Why are you sitting up there playing the game at that moment in time? That's insane to me. Ella said, real ish though. Brewer said Microsoft is about to bow out the console race. Y'all Xboxers seem not to get the hints. Dog, do you not understand that for me, I'm already completely fine with that. It's like, however they sit up there and do it is however they sit up there and do it at the end of the day. The craziest part is PC master race people like this always thinks that this is yeah, you guys should have just came to PC just to begin with. Like, dog, neck beards. And I have a neck beard myself, but I'm not overweight. But my main point is, at the end of the day, this is not a win for PC. Again, everybody don't got the money to facilitate $2,000, $3,000, $4,000. And then people want to come up with these videos like, oh, if you just want to sit up there and you want the lowest grade PC, they got something for a few $100s. That's why they got consoles. If I'm going to do that, then if I'm going to pay a few $100s, I might as well just do a console. So that way I don't have to, within about 7 years, that's the next time, 7 to 10 years, that's when I got to worry about upgrading. They literally come out with brand new graphics cards every 6 months. Thousands of dollars. And y'all think that this is a win. Man, get out of here. Get out of here. Don't nobody got time for that, dog. Like I said, it's always PC Master Race. And then y'all don't want to talk about the fact that y'all got some of the most ridiculous cheaters throughout all of gaming. The amount of hackers that y'all got on Call of Duty by itself is ridiculous. Y'all got so many hackers on a lot of these games, it makes the games unplayable. This is why console players want the ability to turn crossplay off. Or if crossplay is on, we just want it with PlayStation. Like I said, that's crazy to me, dog. Like that is ridiculous. So yeah, it's like that. It's crazy to me how all of these PC people always make it seem like playing on PC is the best. It's not. This is why we should have options. If let's put it like this: if all consoles stopped today and everything was on PC, PC has a monopoly. That means that PC can just charge whatever price they want to sit up there and charge, and they know that people have no other choice, no other place to sit up there and go. At least with consoles, you got other places that you can sit up here and go. Like I said, it's crazy how people say that monopolies are bad, but all of these PC folks out here want consoles to completely die so that the only way that people can play games is specifically on PC. So now we got to deal with the rest of the cheaters. Like, y'all got to sit up there and deal with them. Now we got to sit up there and deal with all of these prices of parts, just like y'all be, man, no. Misery loves company. No, I'm not. Like I said, I'm not about that life, dog. I am not about that life. And that's 1,000% crazy to me. That is 1,000% crazy to me. 1,000%. Ella said, right, there's enough room for everybody to win. That's all I'm saying. Like I said, and it's the crazy, I swear to you, I'm talking about the purest of the purest when it deals with the PC Master Race. They are the primary ones that always made me hate PC. Because I'm like, dog, there is no type of like, I can't sit up there. And then on top of that, to also add more flames directly onto the prices, the exorbitant fees on trying to do the upkeep, how they don't respect the consumer base by coming out with parts every 6 months when it deals with this after you didn't just already bought the most up-to-date part. You also got to deal with the cheaters. And then on top of that, you also got to sit up there and deal with the fact that, for me, being a gamer, you got to deal with the variety of racism that is directly up there. And I've dealt with this just being in a text chat. People not even knowing what it is that I am, what ethnicity is directly of what it is that I am. And I'm automatically getting called all types of slurs. And I'm like, that's crazy. I'm like, how do you even sit up there and do it? I'm like, I thought PC was the best place. But yet there's an abundance of racism that is directly out there for like no reason. And if I'm running directly into it, I can only imagine what kids are running into. Better yet, I know what kids are running into. Like I said, there's a lot of things out there. Third, I said, if people think the Xbox will absorb Sony, they must be smoking. Ms. Doltree said, why not? Brewer says Sony is not placing its prime games on Xbox. They'll get the second-rate games. Okay. Ms. Doltree said, wouldn't that move tech forward? I'm new at this. You're talking about if Sony is absorbed into Microsoft, or I'm trying to figure out because I'm just now catching up to that comment because I was fixated on one thing. I forgot. Might have to clarify that one for me, Ms. Doltree. Brewer said, I can't be a bum. I buy games, buddy. I buy games too. Like you know the one thing that I love about people who are normally on like PC that don't like own or have a console, they have like this thought process that people don't actually buy games. I have a library of games of which that I've bought through the years from 360 to Xbox One to the Xbox Series X. Like people just think that, oh yeah, if you got Xbox, you don't buy no games. Who said that? Who, like, that's just a thought or a theory because y'all don't know anything better, because that's basically how y'all talk amongst yourselves. You really think that we don't buy anything? That's some wild work directly out there. That's some wild work. But like I said before, I don't care if it's free, if it's digital, or if you actually there buy it. Chances are, like I said before, you are a PC person. At the end of the day, if Steam leaves, all of the hundreds of thousands of dollars that you may have spent on games, all of that is gone. It is not there. You don't have the rights directly to it. So, like I said, I don't care how people decide to buy games, physical or digital, or even if it's free. Nobody has rights to any of the stuff that we pay for except for the companies that own the licenses and the IPs. Like, it shouldn't be that difficult. It shouldn't be that difficult for people to understand. Shout out to DSB for the $2 dono to the channel. Much love, respect, and appreciation. Much love, respect, and appreciation. DSB says shalom, family, and chat. D Money said, who don't? I have Fire DVD and Blu-ray collection. Sham said, yeah, I prefer buying digital, but I got subs too. I just like gaming. I understand how people don't like that commitment and prefer to the sub thing. Ellis said, real trolls. It be like that. Sham said, yep, the games will still be there as long as you have it downloaded, but it won't have the AP support and the updates. Burris said, why are you talking about Steam to me? I'm on PlayStation, buddy. Well, you didn't notify which side of the bar that you were directly on. The way that you were talking, it sounded like a PC person, but now it makes even more sense that you're just purely PlayStation. At the end of the day, like I said, for me, I don't got a dog in this race. Like I said, if you got a PS Plus subscription, thank everybody who even had a 360, because we are the reasons that you even got that subscription in the first place. We are the reason that y'all even got those free play days. We are the reason that y'all even got those PlayStation stars, if they even still got a lot of those things implemented. Like I said, Xbox, because of competition, we are the reason that you have a lot of those things, such as the servers that y'all are paying for. Like I said, people forget. People forget. Blade to Panther, what is up? You said Xbox Core is now Xbox Essential. That is correct. Sham said also people are not bums for supporting subscriptions. They're still paying for access to the game. It's not free. That portion goes to the gaming studios. It gives the games access to games for everybody. Mahoko said, oh yeah, the CEO of Borderlands company is a straight clown. They need to take his mic away ASAP. We got Brandon V World directly in the chat. What is up? What is up? What is up? Said yo. And shout out for the $2 dono. We got Kelly in the building. What is up? What is up? You said, hey Seiji, how are you? Doing pretty good. Doing pretty good. You said, remember me? Yes, I do. What is up? What is up? What is up? Sam said, LOL, I just have everything. I don't know what kind of player you want to call me. I would say you're pretty much like a generalist, I guess, or something like that. Sham said, oh yeah, I've Matilda graphics card and playing Sims 3 once. Woo! I don't even know what that is. D Money said, too many Xbox players in chat. Might be time to do the Lord's work. I'm an Xbox player. What you talking about? What you talking about, D Money? What you talking about? Sam was like, don't be mean. Kel said, your country is falling apart. Okay, so let me see. You said your country. At this point in time, the whole conversation is specifically titled. Anything that you're talking about right now, I don't even care about. I'm just gonna be honest. And again, I'm a content creator, and I cover a lot of these topics. I'm talking about a topic that is just relaxing. People can have fun directly on, and it's away from like real world situations, because I cover a lot of that stuff all the time. And I cover more stories and more horrendous stories and seen more horrendous videos than probably you've ever seen in your life. So again, as a content creator, right? I don't care what it is that you're bringing up. I'm just gonna be real. I don't care. I do not care. That's the best way I can sit up there and put it. Right. Ellis said, indeed, one of my sons are building a system right now, and it's never been this expensive. Understand the times, but the tariffs are literally having a reverse effect. That's true. Brandon V. World for the $5 no. What is up? You said that that liquid is about to be $200 a gallon. Hope it's a small fish tank. LOL. I mean, when I happen to do it, like I said, you already know how I roll. The best of the best. So, it is what it is. However it is that I happen to have that PC set up at that time somewhere in the future. But like I said, I don't got to deal with dust. I don't have to deal with the overheating situation and the problem. Like I said, for me, it's all good. I'm willing to try something brand new, So then that's going to be the thing. Shout out to K5. K5 said, I wonder about the PC electric bill. I can't even tell you. My PC is always on, so I can only tell you what it would be. So to anybody that's looking at some stuff in the comment section from this person, I haven't actually covered again. So let me just go into a side conversation. Whenever topics are directly up there and I see a variety of nonsense going on, I'm going to talk about it. If it's women saying nonsense, I'm talking about it. Men saying nonsense, I'm talking about it. White folks saying nonsense, I'm talking about it. Asian, African, immigrant, Russian, alien, I'm talking about it. The government, I'm talking about it. So for you to try to say that, oh, this just further proves that you are paid. This is what I want you to do, right? For Kels, show me the receipts where a company out here specifically paid me to do everything that you said that I did. Because like I said before, and this also goes to the fact of how when I do content, people want to specifically fixate on something, but they don't want to fix on everything else. I've been doing a variety of videos right now, all on white people, solely on white people. But do you see Kels talking about, why are you sitting up there talking about white? No, I don't even see you nowhere on those videos under the comment sections at all. At all. So it's a little bit, like I said, it's weird to me how it is that people want to be up in arms about one thing, but they don't want to be up in arms in general. That's a little bit weird to me. It's a little bit odd. And like I said, I'm a content creator, been doing this for years. So, like I said, that only specifically shows me that you have outrage because you feel that when I do those videos, I'm talking about you specifically when I don't know you. But yet, when I do stuff on Arabs, you don't got nothing to say. On a Chinaman, you don't got nothing to say. Right? On white people out here, you don't got nothing to say. Europeans, nothing. Australians, nothing. When I talk about, as I am myself, a Black American male, Black Americans, you don't got nothing to say. But when it specifically deals with this, you're like, oh, why you stop talking about this? This further proves that you're a shield, that you were paid. Give me the receipts. Give me the receipts. That's all you got to sit up there and do. Show me the companies that were specifically paying me. And then also show me the companies that are paying me to talk about white people. That's what I'm waiting for. Show me all of that information. I'll wait. I will wait. You can even do a video and I'll air it directly up here. I'll wait for it. Blade to Panther said, I'm never going to PC. I'd rather go to PlayStation. Sham said Microsoft is not going about out of the console space. Do you know how much they make a year? Nobody is giving up $18 billion in revenue. I mean, but this is why I try to tell people that, they got trillions of dollars. And they got a lot of money directly because of the Xbox consoles, because of the subscriptions and everything else that they're sitting up there doing. But like I said, you can't tell nobody nothing. Sham said, just because PlayStation can make about 30 billion in revenue doesn't mean 18 billion isn't a significant amount. Sham said, as if I said before, they just brought up a ton of studios. K5 said, was I muted? Yeah. Earlier I was muted. I had to take a call real quick. That was what happened. Mogul said, I love these gaming discussion streams. Yeah, I try to sit up there and do that every once in a while. I try to, have something directly up here that's away from the normal everyday stuff. Blade the Panther said, yeah, them Call of Duty PC players, BOP. Yep. Brewer said again, I am not a PC. I'm a PlayStation guy. Sham said, LOL. Tippy said, Xbox sucks. LOL. Hi. Of course you would, Tippy. Of course you will pull up to the scene. I got you, Tippy. Just wait until some PlayStation news comes up. I'll do another live stream. D Money said, thank you, Tippy. Sham said, you still call me a cheater because I have a PC. I have everything. No, it'd be like that, Sham. It'd be like that. Tippy says hi to everybody in chat. Blade to Panther said D Money. Don't hate, appreciate. That's bars. Sam said, don't let your drivers fail either. Yeah, that's true. Let them drivers fail. It is over. Tippy said, embrace cheaters. Booker T said, if you ain't cheating, you ain't only Tippy. I swear to goodness, only Tippy. Ella said, cheating, the racism, and the bigotry every single time. That's bars. K5 said, how long is the stream going to go, sir? I'm not sure. Right now, I'm just replying directly to comments that you guys have directly up there. So, that's pretty much that's pretty much where I'm at. At this moment in time, that's it's pretty much where I'm at. Let me see. What was it? Tippy said, honestly, I don't discriminate. Xbox has games that PlayStation don't have, and that's dear to me. State of Decay. I still miss my character who unfortunately passed by zombies. It still hurts. Yeah, I lost my character. I wish I had it recorded. Yo, I was outdone. Well, I had my black guy. He was a sheriff. He had 2 daughters. The moment in time I lost that man to a juggernaut, I lost all faith in this planet. I was done. Like I was, man. Whoo-hoo, I was done. Oh my God. Only so many people actually understand what that's like to lose a character like that. Ooh, oh my God. Like we was doing big things out there. We was doing big things and I lost that man. Jermaine said, what is Kelly talking about? Yeah, every now and again you got people that pull up to the stream when it's not focused on nothing and they want to bring the focus directly on them. And that normally, what tends to happen, especially on my channel. Like I said, I can do a whole live stream specifically talking about video games, and you'll either see somebody being racist or, subtle racism or whatnot or whatever, or you'll have somebody talking about other things that I've covered that have nothing to do with gaming, or at least the topic that I'm talking about. It happens every single time. Like I said, that's what it looks like when people want attention. When they feel as though that they're not getting the necessary attention or energy that they feed off of, they got to do something in order to cause that attention to go directly to them. Like I said, that person got a few seconds. Like I said, I've been doing this live stream for about like 2 hours and 21 minutes. You only got like 5 seconds out of the whole duration of this live stream that I've been directly on. Hope that energy was worth it. Mogul said, it sucks. Nintendo is crashing out all over these lawsuits. Such a waste when they could just make better games. Yeah. Yep. Bars. Sham said, why do people get on here and try to dictate what people should talk about? If you want to talk about that, then go create your own channel. You're not Seiji, ma'am, or you're not Seiji's mama or wife, so be quiet. That's bars. That's straight bars. 100%. We got Brewer said Kells is a Debbie Downer. Yeah. Like I said, I like to have fun talking about stuff that everybody basically enjoys, right? Away from the everyday scheduled programming that I normally put out here. This is something that everybody can at least, either listen to without getting mad, without getting angry, feeling a certain type of way, and all this other type of stuff. Like I said, it's a type of balance. And especially for me, because I cover a lot of these topics, and a lot of those topics are tough. So, this is just a way to release a lot of that energy and, and stuff like that, right? Healthy, fun conversations, things of that nature. Mogul said, agreed with Sham. Yo, we got Ty in a building. What is up? Tibby said, is she talking about Congo? I have not a clue. Sham was like, no, she's getting that shadow ban. It'd be like that. It'd be like that. Ty was like, you took my joy away, Sham. I wanted to do it. Ella said, like my kids, my 17-year-old specifically, he has all the gaming systems and it's also building a PC. When I can afford it, I'm definitely going to go for liquid cooling. I got you. I got you. I got you. I got you. Yeah, like I said, I wanted liquid cooling because I'm looking directly at my PC right now. Um, I wanted liquid cooling, but I know that I might as well just redo the whole computer, get a whole brand new tower and everything like that motherboard. Like I said, I want to in a sense future proof my stuff. So the motherboard, like my PC would cost a lot more because I'm just gonna be like, hey, we're gonna just do, Wi-Fi 7, have the most upgraded, Bluetooth connectivity along with everything else. And then I want like more than just two slots on my board for graphics cards because I have my Elgato capture, which is what I'm using to, show you guys the Xbox. What's the name? I got the Elgato, capture directly up there and things of that nature. So I got that up there, and then I'll probably have two, graphics cards, in a sense, running or whatnot or whatever. Because I use it for gaming and also use it for editing. So, um, you know, Brewer said Kels is a female tether. Even though we have had disagreements directly out here, this is where this is the middle ground for me and Brewer. This is the middle ground right here. Welcome home, friend. Welcome home. D Money said, "Wait, how do we go from Xbox to white people?" Like I said, I don't know. Shan was like, said you started off gaming back in the day. I watched them all the time. Like you just showed up and trying to say something. Get out of here with it. Shams said, "Hello, Ty. Hit her up on the other channel because I think she's talking her smack on there too." Um, Who was it? Mogul said demon trolls are cooked. Yeah. Timmy said, is she talking about the Congo because aren't they attacking each other in Africa? I have not a clue. Brewer said, Kels just united all the Xbox and PlayStation and PC types against you WWE. Yeah, that's true. Because a lot of us directly in here have, either one system or multiple systems. So that is facts. That is facts. I knew there was something there with Brewer. I'm like, you know what? There's something about that person there. I think we're going to be seeing the light at the end of the tunnel. My uncle said, to anyone here thinking about building a PC, do not buy a, as I like to call it, ass rock motherboard for AMD 3D processors. You have been warned. So let me just put that warning directly up there for people, just in case you plan on buying or making a PC. Mogo also said that only issue I have with console players is terrible console / PC duo queues. Trash players joining me in Apex. 99% of those duos are hot garbage. I mean, it'd be like that. I mean, but the whole other thing too is that if you're on PC, you're doing like you're moving your wrists, right? The flick of the wrist, right? That's what you're doing. On console, we got like thumbsticks. So depending on the players, they would have to put up their sensitivity. Now, if you got somebody, playing Call of Duty, they're going to be moving around like some bots. They're going to be slow turning. Their sensitivity is on like 5 or 2. It's going to be looking something ridiculous. Like I said, at a moment in time when I played shooters heavily, my sensitivity was on, I think, 12 to 15. And for a controller, that is high. I'm talking about if you move that stick, you did a 360. It's looking crazy. You're getting seasick out there. Knowles, what is up? Jermaine said, what's your thoughts on EA being sold? Well, that's gonna be I don't know. I don't know what that's going to mean for the next Mass Effect or what the outcome of that story or the characters, what that's specifically going to mean. Because once other companies buy it and now it's private, that's going to be a whole other thing. And in my view, I'm hoping that EA going private will end up being better for the consumers when it deals with the creativity of the game and stuff like that. Um, because maybe in my mind I'm thinking that it's not as many people that you have to answer to or make happy. It's fewer, right? And if EA is working on a game, then they could do it on their own time, right? They can now just decide, like, okay, we're going to announce this game and it's going to come out when we say that it's going to come out, right? Instead of being pressured to be on a time schedule, and now the game that was supposed to come out, it came out, but it's not to, a decent quality, right? Sort of like Cyberpunk when it first came out versus Cyberpunk now, that type of thing. So, like I said, we'll see. We will see what is going to happen. But I will say this for those who are part of the LGBT, since the Saudis they got that. Yeah, y'all ain't getting no more of those games that's highlighting any of that lifestyle or any of that stuff out there. So good luck with that. It's good. It's the lights out on that one. So a lot of people gonna have to try to find that what do they call it? Not mirror image. I can't even get the word. It escapes me. It eludes me at this moment in time. I forgot what it was, but yeah, representation. They're not going to be able to find that representation in a lot of those games now. Sham said, Mahoko said he thinks that it is a terrible move. Sam said, don't do liquid cooling if you're not going to maintain it every year. It's better to go a Noctra and keep it cool. The dry fans are much better at airflow and no risk for water explosion. Huh. Tippy said, liquid cooling. Why does that sound like something you put directly in a I mean, technically, that's sort of like it's sort of like that in a sense because of how the rig can like heat up and everything in a sense. My uncle said, Seiji, you don't use your external capture device. No, mine is internal. Mine is internal. Slotted it directly in there and all of that, good stuff. So yeah. That's pretty much how I'm doing it. Brewer said, I'm enjoying this stream. I still think y'all Xboxes are freeloaders. Y'all always asking if the new games are going to be on Game Pass. Oh, that's crazy. The funniest thing is, before Microsoft even bought Call of Duty, right? Before they even had that in its catalog, I bought every single Call of Duty. So for me, I look at it as a benefit. I'm like, yo, I've been in a sense loyal to Microsoft for all of these years, and that loyalty in a sense paid off because unbeknownst to me, they ended up getting Call of Duty, and now they got it, and now it's a part of the Microsoft, ecosystem. So all of that time that me and many other Xboxers paid for it, now we get to play, games for free on Xbox. I'm like, all right, cool, no problem. It's all good. But yes, Black Ops 7 is free for all freeloaders directly up there to play, along with the multiplayer and the beta at this moment in time. But I will be, and I already got my pre-order down for Battlefield 6. So I will catch all the bums directly out there. Me and my shotgun and my LMGs. We will be out there in those streets. Let me tell you. We'll be out there. Mogul said, yeah, I gave up playing shooters on controller. I can't aim on sticks. What? That's crazy. Shan said, I got the NVIDIA 260 Super with 3 SLI motherboard, 64 GB RAM, Ryzen 7 with a built-in AMD graphics card. I built it myself. It runs on Noctua fans. I bought a special case so that the graphics cards hangs. Sam said, less pressure on the motherboard. Okay, I got you. That is smart. Sham said, oh, and the 2 terabyte M drive with a 5 terabyte storage drive as well. Sham got money. That's what Sham is trying to flex out here. Sham is saying that she's rich without saying that she's rich while still saying that she's rich. It's crazy work out here. Brewer said, no more about that woke stuff with Saudi EA. Yeah, it's out of there now. It is curtains. Sham said, I also installed a NVIDIA sound card and got a surround sound system on the PC like Battlefield and a sports game also. And wait, you said, wait. The comments moved, my bad. Let me go back to Sham. You said, I also installed an NVIDIA sound card and got a surround sound system on the PC with a subwoofer. I got a SteelSeries set with a microphone. Okay, I got you. For whatever reason, I don't know why both of the comments, because I'm reading this directly off of StreamYard, they showed up together and then they separated. So that's what happened there. So Jermaine said, definitely curious on what happens to games like Battlefield and the sports games also, and even companies like BioWare. Yeah, we're going to see. We are going to see how that is going to transpire and what's going to transpire with that. Like I said, only time will tell. And I don't know, but I will sit up there and tell you that if the Saudis got it, they're going to make sure that they are represented. They're going to make sure that their cultures, their people, and things like that will be represented in a lot of these games because they will have heavy influence directly on it. And like I said, I can't fault them for that. That is your investment. That is your money. Do what you will, right? Mahoko said nice at Sham. And Blades, a Panther, said Game Pass is nothing but a trial. I'd rather test it out and see if I like it rather than buy the game and it sucks like Saints Row Reboot. It's smart. I mean, yeah, Saints Row was a flop. I looked at it, I'm like, okay, I see some stuff that, at least from the trailer, looks kind of nice. But then I started looking at it, I'm like, this ain't like Saints Row like 3 and all this other type of. I'm like, it's looking madness out here. So it's moving wild directly out here. But it'd be like that. It 100% bees like that. My uncle said, yeah, you can thank Rainbow Six Siege for me going mouse and keyboard for shooting games. I tried everything and it just wasn't happening till I switched to mouse and keyboard. Gotcha. Brewer said, how many of y'all are going to swallow that $30 burger in your mouth for Game Pass? I mean, Brewer, you're talking to a person that is on Game Pass right now. Like if you look to, I mean, it's a little bit smaller because we're on vertical. But if you look to the far right of the screen, I got Ultimate. I've been had Ultimate, and I'm going to keep it up until further notice. If I feel like, hey, it's a little bit too much for me, I'll downgrade. That's what I'll do. But like I said before, my whole ecosystem, like everybody that I know, everybody that I've played with for the amount of decades, they're on Xbox. And that's the other thing that Xbox knows. They know that at the end of the day that, people are going to figure out a way to manage this. Even if they, decide that the 30 isn't for me, people will sit up there and downgrade because of the ecosystem that is here. In a lot of, like I said, I can't speak for PlayStation because I'm not really on PlayStation like that. But what I can say is there's been a lot of times that I've just been in Xbox Live parties just talking to friends, not even playing games. Like we're just sitting up there talking, laughing, eating food, and all of that. Right. And that's the one thing that I've always loved about Xbox ever since 360. I had the ability to stay and to keep in contact with friends and to just do that and and all of that other type of stuff. Like I said, it's dope. Like I said, I don't know what to tell people when it deals with like PlayStation and stuff like that. I'm not sure if people really use parties like that or how that basically goes. But I can say that parties are heavily utilized on Xbox. Like I said, and I've been in parties where you've had like 12 deep. I forgot the amount of people that you can actually have in a party. I think they said you can have like 20 or something like. I forgot the amount of people, but I've been in parties where there's like 12 people directly in there talking, and you got groups playing games. So you might have a whole group of 12, and everybody is like probably separated in threes or whatnot or whatever, playing on different teams on a game or something like that. Like I said, crazy stuff. Don't need Discord or anything like that to do it. And that was before we even had Discord implemented on on Xbox. Third Eye said, I like Saints Row Reboot. You are one of the few people that I know that actually liked it. A lot of people was like, I'm getting a refund. Sham said, yeah, I feel that way too. A lot of games that are early access be scamming people. Yeah. Yeah. Like I said, what was that? What was that game that they had on there the day before? Or something like that? Or the day that never was? That's the oh man, it's crazy out here. It would look terrible if I even wanted to try to play Call of Duty on this because of the way that the screen is at this moment. Let me just see something real quick. I want to see if this will even work because today is the 3rd. So I would like to say that I feel as though that it should work for everybody else because this profile is just standard. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, I might be sitting up there playing this today. Let me see something real quick. Hold on. Let me see. And I gotta click that over. Said okay, do the restart. Like I said, if they actually let me play this on my other profile, that'd be great. Because I at least I know like usually like the first day they'll be like, yeah, you can't, sit up there and do it because ultimate, they get that first or whatnot or whatever. And then usually after, that's when the what's the name is open. Said Black Ops 7 beta early access. Right. Nope. Still telling me to pre-order. Yep. So yep, on this on this because it's standard, I can't sit up there and do it. That is a shame. That's heartbreaking. That is heartbreaking. Boo doo doo. But yeah, a lot of games I actually have, or at least that I paid for. Woo, I got a lot of updates. Got a lot of updates. What am I going? Firebreak has an update. I need to see how much oh yeah, the first descendant. Yeah. They do got a update. Yeah. I want to see how much a lot of these updates are at this moment. Let me see how many gigs. Okay, so I do Firebreak, First Descendant, Savage Planet. I don't really care about. Grounded, that'll get updated. Sword Art Online updated. Power World, I haven't even really played that in a while, and then the rest of those. Like I do have Marvel Rivals. It has like close to like 90 gigs sitting up there that needs to be updated, and I have not updated that in a long time. I just haven't done it. I could have sworn you could have made the sizes of the tiles smaller. I forgot how to actually do that. I think I would actually have to go through the settings in order to do. Let me swap back over so I can look at you guys' comments real quick. Chef said, I got Game Pass right now, so meh. Thought I said got it on physical copy. Blade to Play said I paid $10.65 for Essential. Like I said, that and that's it. And again, if you're paying for Essential, the main thing that you care about is like parties and playing online. Like realistically, that should be the main thing for everybody, but everybody is different. But Ogle said I think Game Pass is perfect for those who love playing the newest games and don't mind rotating games out after a set period of time. Why can't they let you just pay for the entire year up front though? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why they never did that, but at one point in time when it dealt with the year, buying a year for Xbox, that would in a sense seem more feasible, right? To do it. At this point in time, I'm not sure if anybody's trying to go like, oh, how much is a year for Xbox? Oh, it's 3. Oh, that's 3, huh? I'm pretty sure a lot of people ain't trying to throw down 3 real quick. They would rather put money on bills. So this is why the per month or the every 3 or 6 months will be a lot more feasible. Now, if they had that option directly up there, I feel like that would be, pretty decent to do. You can pay it for 6 months, not worry about it. Within 6 months, I'm pretty sure anybody could get, whatever half of the total, in a sense would be depending on your price point for Game Pass. Right. Mogul said, I think Game Pass. Oh, yeah, I read that one. Sham said, I want them to bring back Viva Pinata on Xbox. I missed that game. No. Sham, that's up there. Viva Pinata is up there. I was going over, you might have missed it, but when I was let me hold on. Now I gotta go back. Give me a second. Let me click over. What was it? K5 said, yo, happy early B-Day, brother. Hey, much love, respect, and appreciation, man. Much love. I normally don't even post or say anything directly about it. I just work during those days. I work all holidays, I work birthdays. So much love to K5, much love, respect, and appreciation, man. Much love. So I gotta actually like swap back to my other profile real quick. And then I gotta go to Game Pass, gotta go to Ultimate, and go to games. And I think we got my Game Pass games. Yeah, go to A through Z. So then we go to filter and not accessibility, support language capability, suitable console types. I mean, maybe I would just do it like that. And it should show up. Viva Pinata, I could have sworn it was down here. Yeah. So Sham, if you go through maybe you might need an Xbox to do it, or you might need the app on your computer. But if you go through and you look at Game Pass and you go to filters and you set it specifically to 360, you get all the 360 games directly up there that they have at the moment in time. And you got both Viva Pinata and you got Viva Pinata Trouble in Paradise. So those games, are directly up there if you do, want to check those out and play them. So they are up there. I wish they had the other SSX Tricky, because the original, that was my favorite one. That, man, the amount of days and hours I spent directly on there, classic. I did see somebody up there. I'm trying to remember about somebody asked me what were the games that were on the radar at this moment in time. So I'm going directly over to the area. What was that? Let me go through. Brewer said we have a great ecosystem on PlayStation, and I am an Xboxer. I mean, I get you. I'm all over the place, so I can't say that I got an X in anything. Everybody is, current, at this moment in time. But like I said, I get it. Some people get disgruntled, and it'd be like that. Jermaine said, "What games are on your radar?" So at this moment in time, man, I gotta get a secondary screen. Let me tell you something. So let me just swap my screen back over and bring this mic directly down. So at the moment, pre-order wise, the only thing I got pre-ordered, I got a Battlefield 6 that is pre-order, and that is coming out on the 11th. So that is not that far away. I may look at Ninja Gaiden potentially. I never got a chance to play it on the original Xbox and stuff like that. Again, money during that time. Certain people that I knew that were friends, they had the Xbox. I'm like, all right, well, I could just play stuff over there. All I got to do is just buy a controller. It's not really a lot. Well, as the months go by, I'm pretty sure more games will come out. But other than Battlefield, I'll give Outer Worlds a try. I gotta get so the other two games that I am looking forward to, both Virtual Fighter and Arc Raiders. Both of those two games. So Battlefield, Virtual Fighter, Arc Raiders. If you don't know about Arc Raiders, go check that out. It's a 3-man team, it's a shooter, it's an extraction shooter, it's pretty nice. I've been keeping up with Arc Raiders for quite some time, for some years. So I would say go check out some trailers and go watch some gameplay directly over that. Another game I will be looking directly at is Black Ops 7. I just want to see what is going to be fully implemented, through the game. I mean, I pretty much figure it's going to be Call of Duty. I did get a chance to actually play it, but I can't play it in its full totality because you got prestiging for different parts of the guns and overclocking and different things like that to, kind of spice some things up. So I'll be looking at that. The Monster Hunter games, I'm not really too keen directly on. I got Monster Hunter World, so that's that. Code Vein 2 looks pretty nice. That looks pretty nice, but this is like more so next year stuff. I might check out Final Fantasy 7. I never got a chance to actually play it during the time back in the day. That's when everybody else had it. I was more so, my first entry into Final Fantasy was Final Fantasy 9. So for me, that is my highlight, and those are my characters for life. Final Fantasy 9. Maybe also Dragon Quest. I might, check that out as well too. Deus Ex, I don't know. My Hero, I think that's a fighting game, correct? If I'm correct, let me see. And of course, it has a season pass. So I want to say there should be a fighting game there. I'm not really seeing no gameplay. Then you also got Crimson Desert. So a few things, about 2 to 3 games are going to be next year, and another 2 to 3 games are going to be this year. So that my month is looking pretty good at this moment. It's looking pretty full. I got Arc, Virtual Fighter, and I have Outer Worlds to look forward to, along with, if I can go back up, Battlefield. So that's pretty much me. That's what I'm directly looking forward to. Now they do have other games that are out at this moment in time. Digimon was one of those games I was supposed to get because I do love Digimon. I actually love Digimon more than Pokemon because it had a more realistic tone to it and it was more risk. Pokemon never had a risk. Like if Ash got defeated, if Pikachu got defeated in battle, that was it. If your Digimon got defeated, there was a nice potentiality that you were going to lose that Digimon, right? So again, that was just me. Let me see. I'm looking for games that just came out. The Aliens game looks all right. I got to get the DLC for Splintered Fate for Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. If you have not seen this game, it is actual, it's a pretty nice game, multiplayer or single player. Um like I said, I like it. The other thing that I noticed that they added on here is that if you buy games now, they tell you how many points that you will earn. So they're trying to, have something up there to kind of drive interest for people to buy the games. Like, okay, well, if you buy this, you'll, get, what the equivalent of like $1 and whatever back, in a sense for buying said game. Or for other games, you might get $2 or $5, something like that. Whatever that would be, 50 cents or however the points, in a sense works. What else we got directly? I'm trying to find some stuff. Hotel Barcelona looked nice. I like, in a sense, weird games like that. I'm trying to go directly through because there's really like a field of games that are just there. Now I will say this, I do have Sonic Racers. I'm not sure if anybody else has it, but I do. I do have Sonic Racers because I've always been a Sonic fan. Shout out to Jaleel White. Always been a Sonic fan, so I do have that, and I have been playing that game. It's pretty fun. Pretty fun. I do have Sworn as well too. Got Sworn. Let me see the Towers game. I did not get that one. I was supposed to get it. Dying Light. Funny enough, I think what was it, Dying Light 2 or whatever it was. I have the previous Dying Light. I didn't finish it though. Made a little bit of headway directly in there, but I didn't finish it. And now they got the other one directly out there, and that's a full price. I'm guessing that's a full game. We also got Deep Rock Survivor, which is a game I played directly on PC. The funniest thing is, if it depending on the game, I do not have a problem with buying said game twice. So some of the games that are directly on PC that I rebuy them directly on Xbox because I enjoy the games that much. Borderlands, I was supposed to get, I didn't get it. Where is Deus Ex Machina? Where is that one? I was supposed to get that one as well too. I did. Well, I was looking forward to that, but life comes up, so you can't really, drop stuff down for that. Yeah, Deus Ex Machina, that's a pretty nifty game, and I was looking forward to Chronos as well too. That's a single player story driven game. We got Space Marines. Let's Us, that one looked pretty nice. Silk Song, that's up there on Game Pass. I can give that a whirl. I do have Dead Zone Rogue, which is fun. Hordes of Hell, I think I may have that on PC. I'm not too sure. Like I said, a variety of games directly up there. Like I said, it's quite a bit. Quite a bit. I'm trying to swap my monitor back real quick because I know I got some comments to catch up on. So that was to answer Jermaine's question there. Mahoko said, I knew the day before was a rug pull too. Good to be true. That's facts. That's facts. And shout out to K5 for the birthday wish. Shout out. Brewer said Battlefield 6 in 7 days. Cover my 6, newbie. I'm going in. Hey, I ain't new. I want you to know I've been on these Battlefield streets since like 360. Just saying. We've been out here. We've been out here in these streets. Like I said, we are hardened veterans, directly out here. A lot of vets are going to be coming out for Battlefield 6. Battlefield 6 is the closest that we've actually gotten to the feel of Battlefield 3. And that by itself, when I played it, I'm like, yo, this is putting me back into like the days of 360. I'm like, oh, I'm like, okay, y'all got something here. I'm like, okay, y'all got me. So, like I said, as soon as I played the beta, I was hooked, and I'm like, you got me. I'm dropping money down. So that, like I said, that pre-order is sitting directly down there, and we will be on that day one. Third Eye said the only people who don't like Saints Row reboot are the same people who cried over a certain YouTuber troll that gotten taken out a couple weeks. Nah, that's diabolical. Diabolical. Blaze the Panther said, I'm still kind of upset that they didn't put The Last of Us on Xbox. I mean, for me, the way I feel about exclusives, I mean, like, yo, that's a game for PlayStation, right? PlayStation has shown itself to be more JRPG, story driven type of games. Like, that's what I know. I know PlayStation for Japanese and for fighting games technically, and story driven games, right? If you want to, in a sense, have a party, if you want to have fun, you go to Xbox. Xbox is known for multiplayer. That was the main seller. Even when you go back to 360, that was the main selling point. Nobody else could, in a sense, do it better. Xbox was that place that you wanted to go to and hang out with your friends. You wanted to just like sit around, just like laugh and all this other type of stuff. And at least during the time of 360s, you actually had friends that would come over to your house. So not only did you have your friends there, but you also had other friends online, and y'all doing banter back and forth, playing Halo 3 and doing all this other type of stuff. So, like I said, when it deals with that whole thing of everything that I experienced, nobody beats that. PC has Discord and all this other. It's not beating that though. Like you're not having that same experience where you got your friends directly. In order to have PC people like doing it, everybody got to have their tower directly over there. And you sitting up here playing, and everybody's on Discord and doing all that. People ain't really like, okay, I'm about to get off the mouse and keyboard and hand this over to somebody real. Nah, ain't nobody about to sit up there and give away their comfortable chair and let somebody else be sitting in there for hours. Nah. Because like I said, I grew up in those days of having to bring my PC and my monitor and my tower over to a friend's house, and we're up there playing Mugen or doing whatnot or whatever, playing Halo or whatever it is, right? But you know. Black to Panthers said, I think I'm gonna pass on Black Ops 7. It don't look good so far. I get you. Sham said, what kind of games do you like? If you like RPGs, Expedition 33 and Visions of Mana. Yeah, we got those up there too. We got those, those bad boys up there. Brewer said, who has Hitman 3 and One World of Assassination games? It's $30. I'm thinking of grabbing that. Did I did play Hitman? Did I buy that? Because I gotta remember, because sometimes you also get games for free as well too. Or was that Hitman 2 that I was thinking about? I forgot. I can't even keep track. But I don't think I got Hitman 3. I don't think I have it. Sham said I bought Core Keeper, a 2D game. It looks like Stardew Valley, so I'm gonna try it out today. I've been throwing up since last night, so I'm resetting and gaming. I should be asleep, but we rarely get game convo. Yeah, that's true. Feel better, Sham. Have some nice soup, some nice tea, nice soup and tea. Ms. Dolce said, "Happy early birthday." My man, much love, respect, and appreciation. Much love, much love, much love. Brewer said, happy day of birth. Brother says, yeah. Yo, I haven't. I used to sit up there and do some Yoda, backwards talking every now and again. At a certain point in time, funny stuff. Like I said, much love and appreciation. Brewer said Battlefield 6, Arc Raiders, and Where the Winds. Oh yeah, Where the Winds Meet. That's another good game too. Yeah. Where the Winds Meet. That's another good one too. Third Eye said, check out Damon X Machina, Titanic Scion. It released a few weeks ago. I was supposed to have it, but life happens. So I gotta hold back on it. Sham said PlayStation. I prefer to play all of my JRPGs on there, like all the Altair Iris series, Final Fantasy, Xenoblade, Dragon Quest, and Tales of Series. Got you. K5 said Final Fantasy 7 is worth it. No, it is. Trust me. trust me, I'm a fan of Cloud, Sephiroth, and all of those cats directly out there. But I originally started on 9. That's my family there. That's my Final Fantasy entry family there. Went through some stories. People losing lives out there. It was a lot. Also had a lot of gambling going on in there too. We lost some money. Jermaine said, "Do you plan on getting Ghost of Yoti?" I think that's on PlayStation. Yeah, I'll probably get it. The funny thing is, I didn't play. I didn't not play. I didn't finish Ghost of Tsushima. So, like I said, I got a lot of games on multiple consoles. Some games I tend to stick to. Other games I tend not to stick to. I guess it just depends on mentally where I am. But yeah, I will happen to check out and get that game. Just like I forgot the name of the game that is on PlayStation. It's almost like a roguelike. The lady's an astronaut, but they got a part 2 of that game. They got a part 2 of that game. So I got to make it through the first one and then play the second one. Mahoko says, Seiji, what was the biggest disappointment gaming wise for you this gen? Um, Jesus, this gen. I don't think. Wait, I got to go back and check something real quick because I got 2 games that I technically want to list. Um, let me see. Let me see. I got to type in game after that. Yeah. Let me see. When did the game? Let me see. What was the launch? What was the launch date for that? Was okay. That was 2019. So that doesn't technically count because the Series X came out in 2020. Um, let me see. What was the date for? Let me make sure. X launch date. Okay, yeah. So I can technically cover that within there. So for me, the ones that hurt the most were Outriders and Anthem. Outriders and Anthem hurt the most for me because I looked at those games after playing Defiance, the original Defiance 2025, and also losing out on Marvel Heroes because another company wanted to come out with Marvel Avengers, which was terrible. So okay, yeah. So Marvel Avengers, terrible, trash. Um, Anthem and Outriders. Those are the biggest for me, the biggest 3 disappointments because I like certain types of games. And I hate when companies bring out games and then they just drop the ball just completely on that game. Like I said, it was massively disrespectful. And I paid for all of those games and even had the deluxe versions or the gold editions, whatever it was. And they just dropped the ball directly on it. I still love Outriders. I would love it if I think what is it? People We Can Fly. I would love it if they could come out with Outriders 2. I would love to see an Outriders 2 with an updated system that is meant for Unreal Engine 5. Because the way that the power sets worked and the way that the guns look, I felt like it was better than Destiny for me. I love the effects and everything that was directly there. I loved the implementation of effects on the different armor sets that you had and things of that nature. Um, like I said, I felt as though that Outriders could have been a not even it's not it wouldn't even really be competition for Destiny because Destiny has multiplayer, but it could really set like a bar where Destiny it would make Destiny look bad in a sense with how the powers work and all these other types of things. So yeah, Anthem, Outriders, and Marvel Avengers. And oh, dare I say, Marvel Ultimate Alliance 3 on the Nintendo Switch. I'll just throw all of those up there. I will throw all of those up there. Brewer said, "Are you speaking of Astroneer?" No, 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 no. It's a PlayStation game. It's a you got a white girl that's in a spacesuit and she's going through like this time. I have it on Steam. I have it on Steam, but I forgot the name directly of it. The name, it always escapes me every single time. Um, but that game, I that was another game that I like because it sort of has like a rogue like type of like aspect to it where you're going through these maps, you got to defeat these enemies, you got these weapons and stuff that you can pick up along the way, you can upgrade your character and whatnot, and you got to make sure to survive to the next planet and all that type of stuff. Pretty dope game, pretty dope game. Blade to Panther said, I want a good reboot of Max Payne game. Okay, yeah, I see you. I see you. I see you. What was it? Jermaine said definitely was disappointed with Anthem, especially the closest that we got to Titanfall. Yeah, like I said, it was crazy. But I think, I just thought about that too. There were whispers of a Titanfall 3, I think, being worked on, but I'm not sure how that's going to work out now with the buyout. I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know what is going to happen there. Don't know. Sham said The Sims 4 biggest disappointment. Tripping, EA tripping, and Light of Hope for the Harvest Moon series. Big flop. No Man's Sky, but they cleaned it up. Not too bad now. Anthem Grounded 2 also needs huge cleanup. Yeah, and yeah, Grounded 2, it's a work in progress. It's a work in progress, just like the first Grounded. We didn't finally get like a finalized game up until years later. And they're doing the same thing here, but they were like, we're going to take months for the larger updates instead of throwing out mini or micro updates so that we can just drop you this nice size update and then look at and focus on the feedback on that, and things of that nature. So yeah, I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. Yeah. And EA dropped the ball when it came to doing like a Sims. This is why you got Enzoy, which is clearly out there, and you got, people out there playing it and enjoying it. I guess it might not be too bad because, people ain't trying to badmouth it at this moment in time. Blades of Panther said Nintendo just needs to improve their graphics, but then again, Nintendo is basically arcade. Nintendo doesn't care. They're like, we're just going to do what it is that we do, and we know that people are going to buy it. We got a core base, and people are going to buy it. From the Japanese market and the European market, people are going to buy our stuff. So they don't really care. They don't really care at all. Hack said no one plays Pikmin TCG, trading card game. Yeah, no, I did not know that Pikmin even had a trading card game. You got me on that one. I did not even know that. Did not know. What was it? Brewer said, I'm going to need you to pause and get us the name of that space game, Seiji. Let me see. Let me go to Steam real quick. I can. Oh, that's what it is. I don't know what triggered it. The game is called Returnal. That's what it's called. Because before, as soon as you said that, I don't know what triggered that. Immediately, the game came up. That's what that was the name of the game. It's called Returnal. And that's a game I like. Graphically, that game is beautiful. And I do like the gameplay and everything directly of it too. Like sometimes I wish that certain games, like I don't really feel like that's really just a PlayStation game. I feel like that's a game that can be on every system. But yeah, it'd be like that. What was it? Joha. Hopefully I pronounced that right. Joha or Ja, potentially. Maybe that the H might be silent. But you said, didn't the Saudi government buy EA? Yeah, the Saudis got it. They got that clear cut. K5 said, I'm playing Killing Floor 3 right now. Yo, the funny thing is, I wanted to get into Killing Floor. That was a game that before when it was announced, I wanted to get, and I was supposed to sit up there and get it, but life happens, and then you forget about it because you're not getting it on the day of. So now it's not as important, and you don't care about it no more. So that's what technically happened to me with that one. But yeah, Killing Floor looks pretty nice. That's another game that I like as well too. My uncle said, my biggest disappointment this gen is Resident Evil 3 Remake. Absolutely trash versus the original game. Combat got fixed, but Nemesis got butchered, and there are no puzzles. K5 said, "Give me a new Jet Set Radio already." Yeah, that'd be dope too. Jet Set Radio, that'd be dope. Hack said, "Pikmin equals Pokemon," or as my mom would normally say back in the day, Pokemon. um, what was it? Brewer said, "I got Returnal right now on my show." Yeah, yeah, that game is dope. Like I said, I like the the whole, as people would say, the ambiance. The music, the levels, the enemies, and everything of the sort. Now, I didn't originally have a problem with the difficulty of the game. I just had to get used to it. It's sort of like if people just played a Dark Souls game for the first time. Um, Better yet, I would say like an entry wise, before doing Bloodborne or Dark Souls itself, a great entry point would be Elden Ring. If you can go through and deal with like Elden Ring, it'll have your mind set to deal with Dark Souls and to deal with in Bloodborne. Because I view those as technically harder to do, especially if you're going with like the earlier versions, like the very first of the series. Yeah, it's a little bit tough. But yeah, Returnal's dope. Like I said, I like games like that. It's pretty fun to me. But they had to make changes because people started complaining. It was like, yo, man, I made so much progress, but then I died, and now I'm starting back from square one. Can we get some save points? And can we add co-op? And can we do this? And can we? I'm like, and they did all that, and people did not keep playing the game, but yet for whatever reason, that game is still $60. I highly disagree with that. That game came out during the pandemic. Returnal should not be $60. Like we need a price check directly on that. Steam, like I said, I get when people sit up there and say that PC is good for prices. Certain games, nah, that Returnal needs to get brought down. That should be about like $30-$40 or something like that. Or they should, I don't know. That price needs to go down. Joe said, "I want Helldivers." Helldivers is a very nice game. I do have Helldivers, as a matter of fact. If I go directly to my list, it is very weird looking at this on a smaller screen. For democracy and freedom, become a Helldiver. What was that? That looks like Grounded 2. I think that is Helldivers. Yeah. We are Helldivers in these streets. And the funny thing is, I bought Helldivers twice. I bought it on PC because this was like some pandemic ish, type of game, and then I rebought it when they brought it out on Xbox. So again, bought it twice. On top of spending money for the war bonds, which are basically the cosmetics. Cosmetics do have an effect. I mean, it's not just purely it's more so like a battle pass in a sense. It's not even just purely cosmetics, but whatever. Helldivers is a pretty nice game. That's another one too, just in case if people have not played it. Mogo said, "Oh, and I'm adding Final Fantasy 16 to my big disappointment. Please go back and turn base ASAP. I don't want Devil May Fantasy with Fetch Quest." Cold blooded. Sham said, "I have Pokemon. I lost track. I got Pokemon Pearl on the Switch. I got Icarus, and I have Pokemon EV2. I haven't played Pokemon in a minute." Third Eye said, "Seiji, sell some plasma. Stop saying life happens and get those games." Yo, at a moment in time when I was back on like 360, I thought about that. I'm like, dog, how much they make per week? How much? What the checks be sitting up there looking like? And it was like, yeah, once you like donate, a certain amount of time, like this is how much you can, really start getting. I'm like, where are they getting hundreds of dollars for donating? I'm like, oh man, I got to get in on that. What was it? Wait, how do we get to Diddy? How do we? Uh, let me see. Okay, I see what you're talking about. I was like, yeah, how do we get to Diddy? That just threw me off real quick. Um, Sam said, "LOL, I like Final Fantasy 16 just because of all of the boy eye candy." Oh Lord. Uh, and the girls got to have at least one game for the guys. Oh man. Josh said Cold World is still at least $40. Yeah, and that's a shame. That is a shame. Oh, we got Wizzo in here. Yo, Wizzo, Wizzo. You said speaking of which, it's time to bring some democracy, sir. The funny thing is I haven't really played Helldivers in a minute because I've been playing out of time on PC. So, it'd be rough out here. It'd be rough out here in the streets. Moments of times like, yeah, man, I want to sit up there and get on the system. I'm like, nah, let me sit up there and get my Hunchback of Notre Dame on and with my, arthritis fingers. Wow, that was blasting. Shout out to the Zero Rangers. Start getting the arthritis moving and start doing some PC neckbeard gaming. So that's what I've been doing, at the moment in time. That's what I've been doing. I probably, on Helldivers at some point. I'm also supposed to play Dragon Ball Z. Because Deadpool was like, yo, man, we gonna play that Dragon Ball Z game on PC. I was supposed to play that as well too. I was supposed to, have some coffee and stay up and, try to fandangle my way through the game and figure out some stuff and get better. So yeah, it's a work in progress. Work in progress, good sir. Work in progress. Blade 2 Panther said $40 for Cold War, but they lost their minds. That is true. 100%. Joe said I got a PS5, but I want it on my laptop. Whoa, which game? Wait. Are you talking about for Helldivers? Oh yeah. I will say this. The toughest thing, if you're going to do this, because I originally bought it on PC, and I had at the time I had a decent graphics card. It was all right. Now I got a better graphics card. You're going to have to play that on very low settings. Like your laptop, if my PC is heating up where it feels like the tempered glass is like feeling like 70 to 80 degrees, yeah, I would recommend you play Helldivers on a console. I'm just going to be real. Like certain games, I feel that they're better meant for consoles versus PC. Because for me, I just don't like how the PC heats up. That's just me though. Maybe it might be different for everybody else, but I'm just saying. Tippy said I want Demon Hunter and y'all want Helldivers. Y'all need help. Helldivers is fun, Tippy. Helldivers is fun. I could only imagine you playing Helldivers. You would be lost. You were like, yo, what did I get killed by? What is that? Tippy would just be, oh man, it would be so many questions. Oh my goodness. Tippy would kill a lot of teammates, let me tell you. She was like, I just threw down this thing. How did you die? Yo, crazy work. Josh said, my random thoughts. I got you. Blades of Panther said I want Pac-Man and Ghostly Adventures too. Oh yeah, that did look pretty fun. Third Eye said, am I the only one getting ads during the stream every 5 minutes? It'd be like that. Shout out to YouTube. Be like that. Even though nothing really happens with the live streams, but it'd be like that. Wizzo says, Seji, it's hard out here being a gamer. That is bars. You said, bet, let me know. Got it on the phone and PlayStation 5. I can help out. Okay, yeah. So yeah, I'll probably do that today. I'll sit up there and square away some time because I got it downloaded on the PC, so I can just go through there, get my bearings directly on the game, figure out the characters because I'm not sure how the selection basically goes. If it's just like one and done locked in thing, or if it's like smite, sort of like that, or if you can do duplicates. But yeah, I will figure that out. I got you. Sham said, Tippy, can you even play Demon Hunters on your laptop? Tippy said, y'all want to dive into hell while I want to fight off demons. Yeah, we not the same. Tippy, ain't that the same thing though? As said. First of all, Tippy, I want you to know. So like how you like to say that you want people to play scary games. If you were to play Helldivers on the higher difficulties where it's nothing but like smoke, oh yeah, it's going to catch you because you're going to have somebody appearing through the smoke with some large ass claws, or you're going to see some towering beast like a bio titan, just completely just on some long stilting legs coming directly at you, or a flying bio titan. What was it? What was it? What was it said? It sound like nice shot. LOL. Cold blooded. Cold blooded. You said it's Pokemon Unite the DBZ version. Yeah, you know the funny part is, and I love Unite, so I will more than likely love this game as well too. I just got to figure out the specific character that fits me. Because I got quite a few characters like Gardevoir on Pokemon Unite that basically fit me in my playing style. I'm pretty sure I'll be able to find somebody like that on Dragon Ball Z. I just need them to bring out more characters. I don't know why that roster is so small. I'm not sure if it's because it's timed because they're like, hey, we'll license you certain characters, and then after a certain amount of time, then you can do other characters. Like I said, I'm not sure. We got all these other Dragon Ball Z games, like what was it, Xenoverse 2? They got about like 200 characters, including transformations. So it makes no sense to bring out a game like this that's like Pokemon Unite with Dragon Ball Z, only having a few characters. That's crazy to me. But like I said, I'll enjoy it though. I will enjoy it. Sham said, "Oh, I didn't like Chain of Memories a lot either, but yes, I love all Kingdom Hearts, even though the story was all over the place." Brewer said, "Xbox played us PlayStation brothers with that Gears of War. We wanted the whole collection, and we gave y'all Helldivers for this week ish." See, this is the thing though. So Helldivers, we didn't get the original Helldivers. That's the other thing that you're not like listing. Remember, I still have the original Helldivers that came out on PlayStation. I still got that, and then you got Helldivers too. So what oddly enough happened directly on there was like, okay, we're gonna slide off Gears and Forza, High on Life, and a few other games. Realistically, for the few games that we got from PlayStation, PlayStation has a lot of Xbox games directly over there. I just want to list that. I just want to say that there's quite a bit of PlayStation. There's quite a bit of Xbox games on PlayStation. So PlayStation gave over a few games. Y'all got quite a bit directly in return. Now, if y'all basically don't like it, I don't know what to tell you. But I know Forza, I think, should be coming directly over there, or however it is that's going to, in a sense, work. Wizzo said, agreed. It needs what Ultra Instinct Goku? Yeah, yeah, yeah. I agree. I agree. Mahoko said, anybody in here play fighters? Let me know. See Viper coming out on Street Fighter 6, and I play Happy Chaos and Asuka and Guilty Gear Strive. Let your boy know. The funny thing is, I haven't played fighters the last time I really played fighters was what like I actually gotta go directly to my game list. I think I gotta go to the bottom. Don't I still got birth? The craziest part is I still got Marathon up here on the wish list. We're probably never going to see Marathon. We'll probably see Exoborn before that. Let me see. This is Dead Cells. Some other stuff that's tropical. Where? Okay, there we go. Yeah. So yeah, I haven't really played since Virtual Fighter 5 Final Showdown. And probably Samurai. What was the name of the game? Samurai Showdown. The last one that came out. So I really haven't played fighters in a while, realistically. Street Fighter, I haven't played since probably Super. I skipped out on all the other ones because Capcom just kept like, all right, we're going to bring out this version of the game, and the two characters that were missing, we're going to put them in this other game. And then they just kept doing. I'm like, yeah, no, y'all can miss me with that. You're not going to catch me with that again. You're gonna, nope, not doing it. I'm like, you're not catching with that. The last time I really played Tekken was probably really Tekken 6, maybe 7. Maybe 7. I really haven't played Tekken 8. But I will say whenever it is, because I know it's in the works, when Soul Calibur comes out, I will buy that. I will give that a shot because it's been more than enough time for them to bring out a Soul Calibur, and we'll probably see that around the time that the next consoles will be, in a sense, get whispers or things of that nature. So, next year, you'll probably, I would say, probably like during the end of this year towards next year, you'll start getting whiffs and hints of Soul Calibur 6. Sham said, I am UV is still up. I think it is. Wizzo said, get an Xbox and stop complaining. I got both, and it's not hard. Give us Spider-Man, and we give you Gears 2 LMAO. And I think Halo, I think probably at a moment in time, Halo will probably be on PlayStation as well, too. Like I said, there's a lot of games that PlayStation is getting, and Xbox ain't really getting nothing in return. I mean, like I said, I like PlayStation, but PlayStation don't really got a lot of stuff. I mean, realistically. I mean, it's like, all right, you got Drake Uncharted, um, The Last of Us, um, yeah, that's what Ghost of Tsushima, right? Ghost of Yodi. It's tough. Like I said, when it deals with like games, and y'all also got a lot of Gundam games as well too. Gotta throw that out there. I'm a Gundam fan. There's a lot of Gundam games directly out there on PlayStation, but I can't really think of a lot of games where it's like, yeah, we're going to really get value from giving over, certain games. Halo is big, like regardless on how Halo is at this moment in time. Halo, historically speaking, has been a big name, directly out there. So it's like if Halo ever comes directly to PlayStation, it's like, what does PlayStation have to really give in comparison to Halo? Like just that name by itself, and I can't really give you anything. Like just being honest, even shooter wise, because again, PlayStation ain't even known for shooters. So shooting wise, PlayStation has nothing. So it's like, so what? It's going to be a story game, but what story game is really going to match up to Halo? I can't like I said, it's just me. Third, I said I'm always impressed how they keep making content for Xenoverse 2, 6 or 7 years after release. It is impressive for it to not be a live service or an online game. Yeah, it is. That's pure dedication. Sham said, I suck at fighters, but I still play them. It just takes a little bit of work. It takes a little bit of work. You just got to learn like the frames. That's it. Like Sham, for the most part, you are like Brainiac, Lex Luthor type of genius level. It's like chess. It's gonna, for you, it's gonna be, once you like get like how frames and frame traps and data and all that stuff, basically, it is going to be easy. Lady, it is going to be easy for you to sit up there and play fight. I kid you not. It is going to be easy. Going to be easy. The hardest part would be to figure out if you would like to play on an arcade stick or if you are more comfortable playing on controller. That's I think that's going to be the hardest thing. And then once you get used to that, then you can, figure out something. Wizzo says Street Fighter 4. Said, yep. Street Fighter 4 and Super. Brewer said, I think Marathon is dead on arrival. They need to ditch that in the garbage can and take the loss. I mean, they can't take the loss because, well, they're owned now by PlayStation. And they were putting a lot of money into that game. So they got to try to salvage something directly out of it. I think that's what they're trying to do at this moment in time. Again, for whatever reason, PlayStation cannot seem to get one shooter off the ground. We saw Concord. I actually did have some hopes for that, but then it ended up being trash. It was dead on arrival. That was just like Mag. That was a game that I thought back during the PS3 era, I thought that was going to be something. But then once I noticed like the lag in the servers, I'm like, yeah, it's over. Like it was supposed to be like the biggest competition for every shooter out here. I think you were supposed to have like 600 people on the battlefield or something like that. It was a total hot burning garbage can mess. It was over. It was done. And that game died. And then you had Killzone. And I thought Killzone was pretty cool, and they didn't do anything with it. They could easily, for the PS5, they could have been like, we're gonna, bring back Killzone. They could have done something with that. PS6 Killzone. It's crazy to even say PS6, but it'd be like that. But yeah, diabolical work. Wizzo said Tekken 6, and you said demo first, Seiji, because the last one bombed, sir. Which one? You talking about Soul Calibur or Tekken? Blades Panther said the only fighting game I played is Mortal Kombat and Tekken and Fight Night. Okay, I got you. Sham said I was really surprised it's still up. It's like how old now? More than a decade, right? Yeah, that's the same thing as what's the name of the game that Tippy likes. It's just like The Sims. The Sims 4 been up for like a decade, and they ain't do nothing. They were like, yeah, we're not doing an upgrade, and we're not doing a next version. And I'm like, well, shout out to Enjoy and the many others that are coming out that are going to be doing this, because EA just likes losing money. Even though technically, to think about it, if you think about if a company wants to try to bankrupt itself or lose money on purpose, you go after the stuff that makes you the most money. So you do enough to keep you afloat, but not enough where you're bringing in enough money. So this allowed them to devalue EA so that they can get bought out and not really have to deal with the debt. And now the debt is somebody else's. Like I said, I feel like EA made this play a long time ago because they saw where things were going. I feel like a play was made a long time ago. Don't be too surprised that after this buyout, EA just starts making major moves. Don't be too surprised. Don't be too surprised. Jermaine said only fighting games I play. Okay, Tekken, Street Fighter, and been disappointed in Mortal Kombat. Yeah. Tippy said crunchy turkey bacon is so delicious to me. Now we went to a whole food conversation. Wizzo said they got RPGs and we got the rest. Yeah, that's facts. That is facts. Tippy says Spider-Man. Okay, yeah, that's true. That's true. You got, but it's not in the same vein as Halo though. Like Halo has been around for decades. Sony does not have an IP that has been around like Halo. That's what I'm saying. It's like even with Gears, that's still been around for decades. Right? But it's like, all right, we got you Gears 1. There you go. We'll see how that basically goes, and then we'll figure out some stuff. We'll try to negotiate. They don't really have nothing in their catalog to, in a sense. I mean, maybe Spider-Man. Maybe Spider-Man and Spider-Man 2. Maybe you can negotiate that, but it's like, so what? We'll give what? So you got Gears, what, 1 through 3 for what? Spider-Man 1 and 2? Or Spider-Man and then the Miles Morales DLC. Like, how is it going to sit up there and work? Because even with Spider-Man being the name that it is, that's not going to be like, okay, we're going to give you, for those 2 Spider-Man games, we're going to give you the whole Gears collection. Huh? What? Because on top of just you getting the story, you're also getting multiplayer. So it's like, it's still not even adding up. You know? That's saying. Sam said, I played Tekken, Street Fighter, Marvel vs. DC, Mortal Kombat. Trying to think Smash Brothers was fun, even though I suck at it. I have Smash Brothers. Smash Brothers is fun. You know, like I said, for me, when it deals with certain games, I'm not trying to be a pro. I'm just trying to sit up there and, and have fun and stuff like that, Hack said, as for the Gundam series, which is your fave? It's tough because I like Double O. I like Gundam. I like G Gundam. Like I said, for me, I'm more 87, 80, double 80. Mobile Suit, with Armor and what. Like I said, it's quite a few series. I'm a little bit more old school with it. I know a lot of other people like the newer series and whatnot, but I like the earlier, series and the stories and the characters and things of that nature. So it's a little bit tough. Mogul says, Seiji, have you heard about the Halo Classic Edition remake rumors? That'd be crazy. I mean, what are they going to put it to, like Unreal Engine 5? Like, what are they going to do? Wait, why did that flash? I'm not even sure what happened. Oh, it might have just went away from the what's the name? Wizzo said we got Halo, Gears, and Forza, and we own Call of Duty. Yeah, we got a lot. We got a lot. Sam said, how was that new Tekken? I mean, other people would know better than me. I really haven't played Tekken in a minute, so I really can't give you what's the name on that one. D Money said the PlayStation slander is crazy. I mean, it's not slander though. Like, okay, so Halo has been out. You can even take this back to like some early like type of like 2000s, right? What does PlayStation have in their catalog to match that name? Halo was big on PC and it was big on console, and it was just big in general when it dealt with those two. Like, even with the competitions and the amount of money that it was able to pull in, the amount of eyes, the amount of streamers, what does PlayStation really have in comparison. I can't give you anything, and that's just Halo. That's just Halo. And remember, Gears started back in like 360 era. That was what, like some 06, 08, 09, type of thing. Again, been out for decades. What does PlayStation really have that can compete? I mean, the only thing I can give you is like what Drake Uncharted. I think what they got, like 3 games. That might be, fair enough to put directly up there on the board. And it did have multiplayer, but like I said, I don't know. I don't know. I'm a multiplayer type of person. Bruce said, "Hell no, y'all ain't getting Spider-Man. That's diabolical." I mean, all right, that's cool though. If we don't get Spider-Man, I guess we'll get Wolverine. Because this is the thing though. PlayStation has a very PlayStation has a very tight ecosystem, right? It's in a precarious type of area where you got almost like a 50-50 split. You got a portion of people on PlayStation 4 still, and then you got another portion of people on PS5. That's bad. Because at a point in time, you're going to have to cycle out that PS4. Because the main argument that a lot of PlayStation people had was like, oh, Microsoft Xbox is holding back gaming because they brought out the Xbox Series S, and that's holding back gaming. But now I've been seeing articles of companies, especially Battlefield 6. They were like, yo, because of the architecture of the Xbox S, it allowed us to nail down finite details and to fully optimize the game so that it's able to be playable everywhere. Because if we were just dealing with the newest of the newest stuff, we're going to have problems. Case in point, whenever PC games come directly out, we got problems. We got problems happening. Give me 1 second. Okay, I'm back. So yeah, it's like it's crazy, But yeah, I guess we'll figure out something. Like I said, at the end of the day, Sony does want to make money. I'll put it to a better effect. Back when we had Marvel's Avengers, the stupidest thing that Sony did was like, oh, since we own the rights or the licensing to Spider-Man, we're only going to have Spider-Man on our system. And Sony really thought that having Spider-Man only on Marvel's Avengers on their side was going to help sell. It did not. The game still died. Like I said, a lot of the money moves that Sony makes is stupid. It's 100% stupid. It's like you're trying to make this ecosystem, but then you're trying to just only have people that are fans of certain stuff. Like, well, if you want to sit up there and play this Marvel stuff that technically should be everywhere, you got to specifically only come to us. Nobody else can really have, this or this, that, and the third, and whatnot, whatever. I'm trying to figure out, did Spider-Man even make it in Fortnite? I'm trying to figure out if Spider-Man even made it there. I know a lot of other people made it, but I'm not sure if Spider-Man actually made it over there. I wouldn't be too shocked if he didn't make it over there. Jermaine said, "Ain't that coming out with the Marvel fighting game?" Yeah. They're coming out with a Marvel fighting game, and I think that one is only on PlayStation, possibly. I'm not sure. Somebody can let me know if it is. Wizzo said, like we say, get in the lab and it will come natural. That's bars. That is bars. 100% facts. Tippy said Spider-Man is exclusive for PlayStation, right? I think it is. Yes, it is. Jermaine said Marvel Tokon is what they call it. Yep. That is the game. I mean, it looks pretty nice. It looks just like it plays like Marvel versus Capcom as it seems. Sham said, I like the new Tekken. A lot of nostalgia in it for me. I got you. K5 said y'all need to play Hi-Fi Rush. I did play Hi-Fi Rush. I made it halfway through. I get distracted by a lot of other games. It's like, oh, shiny new toy. It's that type of deal. My uncle says Char's counterattack was literally perfect. I love it. Cool is probably my favorite UC pilot. I got you. Wizzo says Soul Calibur bombed. I mean, it was because the servers are the main thing that killed it. If Bandai Namco would have got the servers straight, I don't know what it is with them in Soul Calibur and jacking those servers. If they would have just gave those servers the same love and care that they gave directly to all the Naruto games, everything would be good. But they're like, no, we don't really care about that. So we'll just let this slide off to the side. Crazy. Because Soul Calibur 3 didn't have those problems. I think, what was it, 3 and 4? It didn't have those problems. When it dealt with online, did not have those problems. Tippy said, when Michael Myers game is coming out, whatever happened to Blade? Blade is on the shelf at this moment in time because they're still trying to figure out a script and all these other things. The Michael Myers game will probably be out somewhere towards either later this year or next year. Tippy said the Sims kits should be free. Yeah, a lot of that DLC should be free. Like, I swear, if I were to go through that DLC, I would swear you would have about $500+ of DLC. And I'm like, that's crazy to me. Just bring out a whole brand new game. That's all you got to do. Sham said, LOL, I'm not a big Yoshimitsu fan. Hey, no Yoshimitsu slander in here. That's my guy. You said LOL. Oh, no, you said you are a big Yoshimitsu fan. Okay, I got you. I misread. My bad. I pulled back my previous comment. You said, LOL, I'm a big Yoshimitsu fan. From the beginning, took me a while to learn not to do that suicide move. So when they brought him back in 8, I was happy. He seems faster in 8 this time around. Yeah, Yoshimitsu is dope. I've loved Yoshimitsu since 3. I've been a fan of Yoshimitsu, Gon, Roger, Dr. Boskanovich, Jack 6. I pretty much I deal with like odd characters in a sense. And I always like Yoshimitsu because he has the best style out of the whole game. Nope, when it deals with costumes, Yoshimitsu is there. That is the guy. That is the guy. Even though the original Yoshimitsu died a while ago. Blades of Panther said, responding to Tippy. Tippy said we need to add so much more for base game, like adding weather automatically for free. D Money said Halo is overrated. Nah, it's that multiplayer. Nah, I'm going to tell you, it is not. I don't care. People can probably try to say like the Halo story might be over. Yo, that multiplayer has brought together people. Like, the amount of like sleepovers, the amount of competitions, the amount of money matches that people have had. Nah, I'm sorry. I'm going to have to strongly disagree directly on that one. I got too much history in Halo, and I've watched the landscape of that over the years. Nah. Now, if we want to sit up there and say that something is, shout out, I think we got a new subscriber. Much love, respect, and appreciation. Whoever that was, my notification didn't properly show up, but much love, much love. Now, if we want to say that something is overrated, we can say Call of Duty. We can. I can sit up there and be right with people and say that because it was quite a few flops directly in the franchise where it was like, yo, what were y'all doing? Because like I said, I've been there and I played with shotguns all the way through a lot of Call of Duty. And I've noticed a lot of things that have transpired and taken place, either when it deals with like maps and content and all this other type of stuff. So, it's crazy work. Baru said PlayStation has God of War. Okay, you got me. You got me on that one. I forgot about. I'm thinking about like the most recent games that people are really heavily talking about. People talk about God of War, but it's only within like the first few months, like realistically. Because once everybody goes through the story, it's pretty much like that's it up until they come out with brand new DLC. But yeah, you got a point on that. When you say God of War, yeah, that's true. God of War is one of those. But the thing about it is, how many Xbox people really want to play God of War? And like I said, that's not me saying that God of War is a bad game. It's not. God of War is good. I like it. But it's the whole thing of like, are people really going to play this the same way that people are playing Gears? Gears, beyond the story, you got the multiplayer, which is going to be the main driving force, which is why Gears of War is still alive, at this moment in time. And when you think about PlayStation, I don't hear nobody on PlayStation talking about, oh yeah, they really love the Gear story. No, everybody's talking about that multiplayer. People are streaming that multiplayer. They're not streaming the story. So that's the whole main thing. Like, even with the decades since PlayStation 2, right? That God of War has been out. Is it really going to have that same longevity as Gears? That's like I said, that's all I'm saying. It comes down for me, it comes down to the multiplayer. And I feel like things should, in a sense, match. It's like, all right, if we give y'all Forza, y'all could give us Gran Turismo. I feel like that's an even match, right? Both multiplayer, both has its own thing, all the other type of stuff. When it deals with a lot of these story type of games, is it going to match up with the multiplayer games that are being given? When it deals with the longevity and how people are going to stay directly on it and the amount of money that people are going to spend. And it's like, it's not. Like I said, I remember a classic game that was PlayStation only. It was called Heavenly Blade. People paid $60 for a game realistically that was worth $30 to $20, and it didn't even have 8 hours of gameplay. I think it had like 3 hours. It barely even had 8 hours of gameplay. It was crazy. It was diabolical. Diabolical. Sham said EA has learned to microtransaction the Sims because they figured women will pay for little things. The game went from being $100 game to $5,000 for the whole collection. Yeah, because it's so much DLC up there and just people just be buying it. Over a 10-year period, nobody's really looking at it. But when you actually sit there and look at the amount of DLC that you bought on a game, it's like, man, what was I thinking? I can only imagine the person that spent a full $5,000 directly on that game. That's crazy. Tippy said Halo sucks compared to Spider-Man. Mr. Chief ain't ish. There, I said it. Tippy, stop being a Halo. Stop being a hater, Tippy. Stop being a hater. Tippy said Halo is boring to me. That's because you suck at shooters, Tippy. Mohogo said Seiji, the fan base of 360 messed up when they had hella JRPGs and didn't buy them. I literally got locked out of Alter Ocean and Last Hope and Tales of Vespera till they got ported years later. I get you. Like I said, during that time, Call of Duty was the main selling. Call of Duty and Gears. Call of Duty, Gears, and Battlefield. That's mainly what people cared about. It's a shooter console. That's always what Xbox was known for. No other console. Blade the Panther said, I think that they canceled Blade just like the movie. Maybe it's just bad marketing. Yeah, it's true. Wizzo said, I miss Gundam from 360. Yeah, I miss Dynasty Warriors. What was it? Dynasty Warriors Gundam? I think it was like, what was it? Gundam Muso or something like that? I forgot what it was, but I missed those games. I wish that was a part of the collection because I play that. Now, I will sit up there and tell you this. Now, I hate that PlayStation did that. I'm not sure if it's just going to be a PlayStation only. I think it is, last time I checked. But when Dynasty Warriors 3 Remake come directly, that's my most favorite Dynasty Warriors game. I have so many memories of sitting there going through the stories with a variety of characters. The moment in time that game comes out, I am paying full price for that. I am paying full price. I had the original disc for Dynasty Warriors 3, but I lost that tragically. So PlayStation will get money directly out of me when it deals with that Dynasty Warriors game. I will have that. And I mean, I'm not sure if it's going to come out on on the Xbox. If it does, then Xbox has more money. But either which way it goes, I'm buying that game. And if they have online multiplayer for that as well, too, oh boy, the fun is going to begin. There's going to be a lot of people of this generation that don't know nothing about Dynasty Warriors 3. And they are in for a rude awakening. The only thing I can sit up there and tell you is that if you make it to Hayfi Castle, or if you make it to Hulao Gate, your best bet just starting off is to not fight Lu Bu. You are going to get your ass handed to you. Being a level 1 with a life bar that is barely the length of $1, you're going to be having like early weapon levels. You're going to get smoked. Let me tell you something. Lu Bu going to be on that horse. He going to look down on the red hair. He going to swipe that maelstrom one time and you out of there. You're going to be like, da 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 da. You're going to be hearing that ending song. He's gonna be right back at the character select screen. It's gonna be a tragedy. It's gonna be a tragedy for a lot of people. Oh my goodness, it's gonna be a tragedy. Sham said, as long as women shop on the Sims microtransaction, like they do with EA, will never change from what they're doing. They'll just push the Sims to go online and go mobile so that they can make more money. Yeah, mobile Sims will make more money. Mocha said, waited till I was older. I could get a 360. I have all the consoles. I was a PS3 and Wii player from my early 20s. Oh yeah, I have fun on Wii. Even right now, if you even mention the Wii, I still hear the greatest game. I don't care what nobody say. One of the greatest games that I ever played when it deals with consoles is Wii Sports. Like I said, that's just my viewpoint. Wii Sports brought everybody together, no matter the age range. Wii Sports was so incredible and great that all people in their 70s and 80s were playing that. I can't show you during that time frame people in their 80s and 70s playing a PS2, PS3, Xbox 360. I can't give you that. But they were playing that Wii Sports though. Like I said, Wii Bowling, Wii Yoga, Wii Boxing. Like I said, like yo, Nintendo during that time frame, Nintendo was in their bag. Bar none, Nintendo was in their bag. They had it. They had it. D Money said, I think I might have to report this channel for hate speech against that's diabolical. That is diabolical. Oh man. Diabolical. Mogul said Fed probably only for FED, probably for Gundams like Zeta Gundam. Okay, I got you. K5 said being back, Twisted Metal. Oh, dude, no. Whew. Let me tell you something. The games I love so much on PlayStation, I love Vigilante 8, Second Offense, and also Twisted Metal. Those were two games that I loved a lot and I played a lot, especially with friends. Fun games. Wizzle said taking 8 prior to the update is great. Now they're playing to the complainers, changing power schemes and time frames due to people getting slapped by those who spent time in the lab. Yeah, and this is why I have a fear for Virtual Fighter. Because I like I said, that's why I stayed out of the fighting game type of thing, because like I said, I use Taka. Taka is a heavyweight. How Virtua Fighter plays versus Tekken is two different things. Tekken doesn't have, they're more floaters, so they don't have a weight class. Jack 6 should be like one of the heaviest characters there. So a lot of characters with their combos, they shouldn't be able to actually have him floating for, a 10-hit combo. Shouldn't be happening. Now, when you transfer how people play in Tekken over to Virtua Fighter, a lot of people are going to be losing because they're like, okay, I got this 8-hit combo, but it's like your 8-hit combo is good against a lighter character, right? Like Pi, right? Like a Lei Fei, like a Shun Di, right? You can deal with a light to a medium weight class character, but will that 8-hit combo still be 8 hits when you start going to heavy to super heavy? No, it's not. That 8-hit combo is going to now turn into a 3 to a 4 because your launcher is automatically nerfed because of the weight of that character. You're not going to have the lift that you would normally have if it was a lighter character, right? So now you got to implement, different moves so that you can do quicker hits. It might do less damage, but you're going to get those hits. And like I said, people are going to have to figure out some stuff. I'm just hoping that the crew for Virtual Fighter does not bend the knee to a lot of the complainers and that they just let it be and have people just figure some stuff out like they've always had to figure out. Let me see. Timmy said 4 games. Third Eye said Halo hasn't been popping since 01. Whoa. That's a steep lie right there. That's a steep lie right there. Good Lord, you said since 01. No, brother. Did you forget about where was everybody at during like Halo 3? Let me go back real quick. Now I gotta let me see. Halo 3 came out in 07. This man said Halo ain't been popping since 01. What? My brother, you are on some heavy rockage at this moment in time. Drop the rocks. Halo 3 was there. Like I met like a lot of friends. I've had a lot of wars. I fought a lot of racists directly on there, and they backs got blown out by that shotgun. If it wasn't that, then it was a rocket launcher. Like I said, I like explosives or, being up close and personal, be like that. Got to see the victims when you take them out. But, just saying. Just saying. Third Eye said, God of War, hello. Mahoko said, people still haven't bought a PS5. Bad news because prices went way up. Yeah, it'd be like that. And even if they trade in their PS4 to cut down the price, it's still going to be a lot of money. D-Money said Twisted Metal, Spider-Man, God of War, Ghost of Tsushima, PlayStation literally owns the exclusive game market. I mean, now I want to sit up there and note that originally you had some Spider-Man games that did show up on what's the name on Xbox at a moment. It was like earlier versions directly on that. But yeah, you're right, D-Money. PlayStation does own the exclusive market, but you're only talking about single player games. Single player games do not last a long time. They don't last a long time. That's pretty much like a one and done type thing. Like, depending on how fixated somebody is on beating a game, you can beat that within a few days to a week. So it's like, all right, you didn't spend $60 and bam, that's it. Now that game is going directly on the shelf and you're not coming back to it because they're not going to really do anything to keep people active on the game. This is why the multiplayer game or the multiplayer market is so successful. So Sony has the story games, and this is what I said before. Sony is good at holding down story games, JRPGs, stuff of that nature. When it deals with multiplayer, nobody's looking at Sony, and that's just the fact. I don't care what nobody has to say. Nobody is buying a PlayStation for multiplayer. What people want multiplayer, they buy an Xbox. Xbox is the system where people want to go and party. PlayStation is more so where people want to be serious. Just to be real, PlayStation is like what was it, Blueberry, BlackBerry, whatever it was. That of consoles, that's what PlayStation is. It's the BlackBerry. It's like, yo, I got money, I can afford this. Let me flex on you real quick. Xbox is Android, wherever it's accessible to everybody, and they got everything directly on it. It's not just a closed market. That's the best way I can put it. Jermaine said the funny thing is Killzone was supposed to be Sony's Halo, yeah, and they dropped it. They killed that. They dropped it like a bad habit. Mogul said, I miss Killzone, and Killzone 2 still looks amazing, right? Wizzo said Spider-Man is on 4. Okay, he is. I'm shocked. I'm actually completely shocked. Mogul said it wasn't a Halo killer, but it was great. I thought the concept for it was actually pretty dope. Blades of Panther said I never got into Halo, but what's it about? Man, I don't think I got the time to actually go through like the full story. Oh boy. Let me see if I can shorten it. Spartan Project, Master Chief, super soldiers, going to fix things, wrong in like the galaxy and the universe. You got a multitude of enemies like the Flood and the Covenant to deal with, and the Forerunners. You got to defeat them along with other Spartans, that newer Spartans, updated Spartans, to come hunt you down because now you're seen as a villain because of Cortana, and it's quite a bit directly there. And I'm going through and I'm trying to shorten it, and I'm like, I'm not doing it justice. I'm not doing it justice. Oh my God. Tippy said nothing. It's boring. You didn't miss nothing. Man, Tippy. Oh man, I got words for you. Let me it's the disrespect. Moga said it's one of the best sci-fi types of games to ever come out. I highly recommend Halo. Tippy said I like Kazuya. Oh, you talking about Tekken? I got you. Yo, what is up, Hack? Hack for the $2 donuts of the channel said based gaming stream. Much love, respect, and appreciation. Mahoko said I like Jin and Tekken 2. Jin and Tekken. Too bad I'm not good at 3D fighters. It's a work in progress. Mohoko said I'm sorry to anyone in here, but I don't like Call of Duty. No, I get it. Like I said, I'm a Call of Duty fan, and trust me, I get it. I have a love-hate relationship with Call of Duty. D-Money said Call of Duty is overrated yet again. D-Money said some of the Call of Duties were good, but they had stretched. They have a stretch of bad ones. Yeah, that's facts. I do not disagree. And I bought the greater majority of those Call of Duties ever since Modern Warfare 2. Tippy said, oh yeah, Kratos, good looking out. This woman here. Mogul said when it first comes to the 360, it wasn't bad, but once it became a yearly release game, it became overly saturated and got too cartoony with the future titles. I get you. But they were going through the transitions of what people specifically wanted. When it dealt with Call of Duty, people were like, we're tired of boots on the ground. Let's spice it up, give us some sci-fi, give us some robots. And they did that. And then once they got the robots for quite a few games, people were like, oh no, we want the boots on the ground. And then people are like, okay, we got the boots on the ground. Now let's go back up to the sci-fi. Like I said, they try to cater to the audience, and the audience has been guiding Call of Duty, and they've been listening. And like I said, the audience don't know. So this is why the game looks the way that it does. You know, it's tough out here. Tippy said the world serpent voice was insane. I got chills when I heard the voice. Mohoko said, "What happened to Mind's Eye? It was a fail. It was too many errors, too many graphical glitch. It just, you know. What was the game with the dad? Everybody hates Chris. I can't even think of the name of it, but I can see the game. Oh my god. It was Terry Cruz's main game too, and he was the face of it too. And I had that game, and I thought it was dope, but then it was just, they just failed it. They failed it. D Money said, "Isn't Need for Speed a PlayStation exclusive?" Need for Speed? I don't think so. No, we got Need for Speed. We got Need for Speed on Xbox. K5 said, "Heavily Sword had around 6 hours of gameplay, and I still have my OG copy." Yeah, people got gypped on that one. Tippy said, "That's true. I spent add-ons on The Sims, spent money on The Sims, but I need a washer and a dryer set for my house, so I had to buy the laundry kit." Jermaine said, "If that new Dynasty Warrior game comes out, I need Lubu to be in it. It's my no. It's a remake of Dynasty Warriors 3. So the original Dynasty Warriors 3 is being updated. So it has all the characters. If the codes still work for me to unlock the characters in Wu, Shu, and Wei, I'm good. And I'm good. That's all I need. So I can just go through and, start going through, Wei and all of that. And with Liu, my guys are Pei Tong and Wei Yan. Those are my main guys directly there. And I've been through every single Dynasty Warriors with those guys. I got a few others, directly up there. I would have to go through the game and see them real quick. But like I said, I got a lot of characters in there that I love in that game. I went through a lot of journeys, heartbreaking journeys, seen a lot of losses, a lot of tragedies. Shout out to Sunsei losing his father. Like I said, been through a lot of things. What was it? Wizzo said Lubu running. Yeah, it's Lubu. Yep. Jermaine said need Lubu playable. Yeah. Oh yeah, he's gonna be in there. If I remember correctly from playing Dynasty Warriors 3, he's gonna be in the other section. So he's gonna be up there with his wife. He's gonna be up there with Zurog and the others from like the jungle area and stuff of that nature. Blades of Panther said, "I love the Wii." D Money said, "I used to win money on Wii Sports." I believe it. Tippy said, "I remember Vigilante 8 racing game. I like the 70s soundtrack of the game." Yep. Mahoko said, Vigilante 8 Second Offense on Dreamcast was fire. I had that bad boy on PlayStation. It was either PlayStation and PlayStation 2. Mahoko said, if you've never played a Dreamcast, you are missing out. Yeah, Dreamcast was before its time. Blades of Panther said, why they stopped Wii, because the other consoles tried it but failed. Even though I'm an Xbox fan, Wii will always be the ish when it comes to hybrid entertainment exclusives. That's facts. Yep. Third Eye said, I said what I said. Haters out here. D Money said that's facts. Tippy said Halo is trash in my opinion. I'd rather play Jamma Lammy. Oh my god, this woman here. Third Eye said 01 or 07, 1899, same difference. Wow. Diabolical Sham said, well, D Money said, hello. Halo ain't never been ish in over 20 years. That's some diabolical work. Hack said, you sound like the Joker. Wait, on which part? Wait, how far ago was that? I would probably have to rewind that just to go back and listen. That's crazy. Maybe I was flying through voices at the time of explaining some stuff, I guess. I don't know. Sham said, why do shooting games have so many racist on them? Because that's the only place that they could, live out their fantasies of, going after people of different ethnicities. Sham said it'd be a lot of files directly on those games as well, too. Yeah, that's true. Wizzo said, actually, Nintendo owns the exclusive market, and that's the fact. Mahoko said, I had to stop playing it due to the races and how racist that they are. Only ran into a handful on Apex. Oh no, that's why I play Call of Duty. I love hearing races. Oh yeah, because it makes it even more worthwhile when backs get blown out. No diddy. Like I said, it's a back attack is happening. Backiotomy. It is going down. Third Eye says Sony is Android. Nah, not in this day and age. Sony is BlackBerry. Like I said, it's the expensive. It's the one where people flex, directly on people. I can afford this. I can afford that. It's that type of. Like I said, that's for me. That's always been my viewpoint on PlayStation. Because PlayStation, notice whenever they have their talks, they come out in suits. They're not coming out in just like normal, type of gear where it's just like, hey, what's up? They're always coming out like, hey, we got this classic music playing. We got mermaids in a water fountain. We got gold, glitter, and pearls raining down from the sky. We got $1,000, type of champagne bottles popping. We got croissants and fondue directly on the side. Like, yo, that's how Sony be moving. Like I said, I ain't mad at them. I'm just saying. D Money said, I know this man just did not compare PlayStation to the BlackBerry. Yeah, I did. I'm dealing with the time frame of like the 2000s when BlackBerry was seen as like the top of the top of cell phones. Right back during the time when Jay-Z had a BlackBerry and he was talking about it, and everybody was like, "Oh, I'm about to get a BlackBerry because I'm serious and I'm grown," that type of deal. Tippy said, anybody playing Little Nightmares 1 and 2? I haven't played it yet. D Money said he does. D Money said he's ready for Little Nightmares 3. Yo, James, what is up? What is up? What is up? Much love, respect, and appreciation. What is going on? What is happening? What is happening? Tippy said, I played Goosebumps. The game is pretty cool. I played Back to the Future by Telly. I guess it is. Tippy said Terry Crews. Yeah. Tippy said Midnight Club Edition. I think it's for PlayStation. Black the Panther said Call of Duty is bad because of the fans, and it wasn't a game that was similar to it, which is true. It's like it's a monopoly in one person shooting game. That's true. That's true. Tippy said Dreamcast was before my time. Don't know what that is. Tippy, you do this every single time. Let me tell you something. Bruce said just announced. He said Diddy is getting 4 years. It'll probably be like house arrest or something. Probably be with the house arrest. Tippy said if the Joker was black, I would understand him more on why his ass just snapped and went crazy. That is crazy right there. That's crazy. But yeah. That's how long we been going directly in this live stream? I've been running my mouth this whole time. What did it say? I gotta look at I'm trying to see the time. Ooh, I've been talking to y'all for like 4 hours. Man, that's crazy. That's some wild work directly out there. Let me just take a tally of what the stream is looking like view wise. I mean, I could have did the stream like 2 days ago when everything was hot, but I'm like, I didn't really care to do it. I'm like, I'm just gonna let everything settle and see what a lot of people have to say. So let me see. The first channel, we got about a good 496, which is dope. Shout out to all 7 concurrent viewers directly on that side of the bar. Shout out, much love, respect, and appreciation. So now looking at the other side at the moment in time, what we got so far, it says 568. Let me just make sure that's the right number. Let me see. It's actually, like I said, for me, that's not actually too bad. And I'm just talking about video games. That's actually it's about 779. So that ain't bad. That is not bad. And the actual view duration is actually higher as well, too. So that's pretty dope. That is pretty dope. I like that. That's pretty dope. But yeah, that's pretty much let me see. Wait. Let me check something out. Let me see. Thought I said Joker was black. Remember Dreadlock Joker from the Kids WB? Oh no, that was just a white Jamaican. That's what that was. Tippy said gaming stream. I mean, technically, this was a gaming stream, Tippy. Just talking about video games for like a good 4 hours, and I didn't even, really play nothing. That's the crazy part. that's the crazy part right there. I sound a little bit of California type of thing. Shout out to Grand Theft Auto. D Money said 4 hours of PlayStation slander, shaking my head. That's crazy. That's crazy. Actually, I got on everybody. I just would like to say that. What was it? Blade the Panther said, I need to get into Battlefield. I never played it, so I'm going to get Battlefield 6 to see what the hype is about. It's pretty fun. It's sort of like it's more tactical based in a sense. It's not like it's sort of like Rainbow Six Siege in a sense. Sort of kind of in a sense. That's the one thing I always loved about Call of Duty, Battlefield, Halo, and Gears. All of those were shooters in their own area, in their own niche. It started becoming problematic when a lot of people started copying what Call of Duty was doing. Once it got to the point in time where Halo was doing some Call of Duty stuff, I'm like, man, y'all missing it. Y'all jacking up. Y'all doing the wrong things out here. Um, but yeah, I think you should like six. You should pretty like six. Tippy said a white Jamaican Joker. Wow, yeah. Sham said, eat well and be safe, y'all. I hope everyone finds something fun to play today. Yeah, I'm probably gonna be hitting up some Call of Duty or something, or depending on how that goes, or playing something on PC. I don't know. What was it? Jermaine said, "Do you have a gaming channel?" I do. It's SEIJIHITO Gaming, so that is the gaming channel directly up there. The video that was referenced was the one that Tippy saw, which was it's like a 30-minute video over there, which was my first take on everything going on with Xbox and everything of the sort. I could have uploaded that to this channel, but I felt like I'm like, nah, let me just put it on like the gaming channel, regardless on if people see it or not. I'll just put it up there. So yeah, SEIJIHITO Gaming is that channel. Tippy said, "Oh, show the new trailer for GTA 6." I actually have not seen that yet. And a problem with actually showing that off is that usually has copyrighted music, so that'd be a little bit problematic. It'll take away from the ambiance directly from that. Now, if this was like Twitch or Kick, that'd be a little bit different. I wouldn't have to mute anything, but just saying. D Money said I have to go pick up my copy of Ghost of Yoti. Oh, so that's already out. Oh, snap. I didn't even know. And the crazy part, I got my GX browser. I should have been checking which games are coming out this week. Tippy says, speaking of Batman, they have Batman cartoon movies for free on YouTube. Yep, they got a lot of stuff DC wise up there for free. Tippy said those DC showcase movies are free bars. Black the Panther said, what's the difference between Battlefield and Call of Duty? It's the movements and the mechanic. Call of Duty is more arcadey, while Battlefield is more, strategic, and as in a sense, maybe strategic is not the right word. I'll say more tactical, and basically how the movements are, how you're able to use the character and move around, and things of that nature. And then on top of that, they were the first ones beyond Halo and Call of Duty. They were the first ones to really introduce building destruction. That was one of the main highlights on one of the maps. I think it was like Shanghai or something like that, where this very large building, once it took enough damage from like explosions, doesn't matter if it was like internal or external, it would just automatically collapse. So all the fighting that was going on in there, everybody died. It was if you didn't parachute out onto like just normal land, it was curtains for you. You got to just respawn directly back. So I'm happy for Battlefield to be out, and I'm happy for that type of destruction and things of that nature to take place. It's a little bit more realistic than Call of Duty. Call of Duty is, again, it's arcadey, it's cartoon, and that is all fine directly within its own right. But it gets to a certain point in time where it's like, all right, maybe I don't want to sit up there and see somebody with a giant glowing demonic unicorn skin across the map, or magically knifing me or something like that. It's like you would just rather deal with just like some normal type stuff. So, and if you haven't played Call of Duty, if you got Game Pass, they do have Call of Duty up there, to download and play. Hack said Battlefield 2 was strategic. Did I play 2? I don't think I got a chance to play 2. I think that was really before I really had the game systems and online capabilities like that. I more so came in on Battlefield 3, Modern Warfare and Modern Warfare 2, Gears 1, and Halo 3. Those were like all of my entries when it dealt with shooters. But yeah, that's pretty much it. That's pretty much it for the gaming stream. Shout out to all 17 viewers in combination all together. Got 7 on one side, 10 on the other side. Much love, respect, and appreciation. It was actually pretty fun. It was pretty fun. Like I said, got to just talk about video games and different stuff of that nature. Like I said, I like stuff like this. Something that everybody can just get directly into and and have something to say directly about, because like I said, it don't matter if you've never played video games, if you barely play video games. Everybody has an opinion on the state of gaming one way or another. It doesn't matter if it's like cell phones, computers, consoles, or things of that nature. People can see certain things in there, and things of that sort. So like I said, pretty fun. But anyways, that is it for the live stream. Shout out to all the donations. Shout out to all of the mods. Shout out to all of the regulars, as D Money would normally say. Um, Shout out to all the members. Shout out to the patrons. And shout out to anybody who just passed by, just to add something directly into the topic. So after this live stream is pretty much done, a little bit later, after it settles, I will have a video be going back to the scheduled normal programming, and I have a video directly up there for you guys to watch. Tippy said, y'all try to relax this weekend, stress less, eat good, and play video games. That is bars. 100%. Look at Tippy speaking without throwing any hate out there. Much love. Finally, Tippy has come to her senses and stop hating on Xbox, because Tippy is a huge hater on Microsoft. huge hater. But yeah, I'll catch you guys in the next video and or live stream. Peace out.